unhealthy diets.
Responsible for greenhouse gas emissions. Thus, sustainable eating helps address the problems with our food systems by consuming foods that are produced in an economically, socially, and environmentally responsible manner.
The transition in our food habits in our countries is really a bothersome category. We are eating more packaged food, we are eating more processed food, more food which is cooked outside.
India's food choices have shrunk. We've lost the knowledge about how local biodiversity can be used as food. We are consuming intensively grown produce and processed foods.
Set against this, the Indian Council of Medical Research and the National Institute of Nutrition, ICMR-NIN, has issued 17 dietary guidelines to meet the requirements of essential nutrients and prevent non-communicable diseases such as obesity and diabetes. These comprehensive recommendations were created by a diverse team of specialists under the guidance of Dr. 𝐸𝐸 R, the Director of ICMR-NIN.
It lays a lot of emphasis on balanced diet, food groups, within the food groups, which basically makes it easier for people to understand and apply. It also talks about how in different physiological roles these could be applied and what is relevant for a small child or a growing child or a lactating or a nursing mother or an elderly. It also gives good options for vegetarian and non-vegetarian population, which is very relevant in our country. So, and then I would say the reasons, the rationale given for a particular kind of diet are also mentioned. The science of it is also, the numbers and the estimates, how they ultimately add up to a particular value are also very clearly given.
According to the ICMR's diet booklet, Indians are advised to derive macronutrients and micronutrients from at least 8 food groups for their daily meals. It recommended vegetables, fruits, roots and tubers to compose about half of the daily food intake, with the remaining portion consisting of cereals, millets, pulses, flesh foods, eggs, nuts, oilseeds and milk or curd. Similarly, vegetarians should eat foods like flax seeds, chia seeds, etc., as there is a challenge for them to get enough B12 and N3 polyunsaturated fatty acids. According to ICMR, the World Health Organization is considering revising its recommendations and reducing calories from sugar to less than 5% kilocalories a day. 𝐸𝐸 R told Down to Earth that if you consume sugar, at least try to restrict it to around 30 grams a day. She said that sugar should be avoided as much as possible, especially for children younger than 2. If consumed long term, ICMR-NIN authors said that sugar substitutes such as sweetening agents like aspartame and saccharin can lead to obesity, diabetes, hypertension and other non-communicable diseases. The scientists who drew up the dietary guidelines also advised against consuming high quantities of protein, especially in the form of protein supplement powders, due to various risks like kidney damage, dehydration and nutrient imbalances.
We need to bring back the local biodiversity into our diets. So we need to consume more of local greens such as leaves of pilkhan and people, and also local fruits such as falsa and mulberry. Also we can include local legumes such as kumatia and sangri. So ICMR could have suggested inclusion of local foods into the diet, and these foods are rich in micronutrients, so that would take away their concern about loss of micronutrients in people.
The guidelines are talking only about the nutrition fact labeling, the nutrition information which is given in very small font, largely only in English, at the back of the pack. Those are complex numbers. These guidelines are largely silent on the front of pack labeling.
According to 𝐸𝐸 R, the guidelines would facilitate the attainment of the goals stated in the National Nutrition Policy, and the guidelines are consistent with the goals set in the National Policies for Agriculture and Health.
What do you do now with these guidelines, particularly with reference to different constituencies? That kind of roadmap, that kind of how do you take this forward is completely missing. So in a way, I'm saying paper to practice. What is the roadmap for that? It's a very powerful set of guidelines only if this now reaches to the masses.
Good morning, everyone. We are waiting for our Chancellor Sir to arrive, then we'll start the event. Within 2 to 3 minutes, please have patience.
Good morning to everyone present here. Respected Chancellor Sir, Shri P.K. Gupta Sir, Pro-Chancellor, Shri Y.K. Gupta Sir, Pro-Vice Chancellor, Shri Parmanand Sir, Dean SMSR, Dr. Nirupma Gupta Ma'am, Dean Academics, Dr. Manoj Sir, our MS, Dr. Ram Murthy Sharma Sir, Associate Dean, Dr. Amit Pavaiya Sir, our guest speakers, Dr. Aradhna Ma'am, Dr. Mayuri Ma'am, and Ms. Garima Tiwari Ma'am. Dr. Jugal Kishore Sir will be joining us very soon. It is indeed an honor to welcome you all to this celebration of National Nutrition Week 2025. Allow us to introduce ourselves. I am Bhavya, and with me is my co-host, Ayush. Together, we are delighted to take you through today's event. More than 4 decades ago, India faced a challenge that went beyond hunger. It was malnutrition, silently affecting children, mothers, and entire communities. And thus, in 1982, the government of India started a campaign to educate people about balanced diets and healthy eating practices, which grew into a national movement. Year after year, from 1st to 7th September, National Nutrition Week became a platform to share knowledge, correct misconceptions, and remind us that good nutrition is the foundation of a healthy nation. The theme for National Nutrition Week says, nutritious food for all, elderly and children. This theme highlights 2 key groups that need special attention. Children, whose growing bodies require adequate energy, vitamins, and minerals to build a strong foundation for life. And the elderly, who need tailored nutrition to maintain strength, immunity, and independence in later years. But the message goes even further. Nutrition is a right for everyone. In a country as diverse as ours, it is our collective responsibility to see that healthy, nutritious food reaches every plate. As we begin today's program, on behalf of the organizing team, we once again extend a very warm welcome to our dignitaries, faculty, my fellow colleagues, and all the participants joining us through online mode.
I request Chancellor Sir, Pro Vice Chancellor Sir, Pro Chancellor Sir, Dean Ma'am, MS Sir, and our guest speaker, Dr. Aradhana Ma'am, to kindly come up on stage and be seated. Ma'am. I request Dr. Vishakha Ma'am and Dr. Ranjana Ma'am to kindly welcome our esteemed guests. दीप ज्योति परम ज्योति दीप ज्योति जनार्दनः दीपो हर्तो मेम पापम दीप ज्योति नमस्तुते. To enmark the auspicious beginning of today's event, we shall now proceed with lamp lighting ceremony. I kindly invite our Pro-Chancellor Sir, Chancellor Sir, Vice Chancellor Sir, Dean Ma'am, Dean Academic Sir, MS Sir, Associate Dean Sir, our guest speakers and HODs to come forward for lamp lighting ceremony. Dr. Rachna Ma'am, Dr. Ankita Ma'am kindly come forward for lamp lighting ceremony. All the HODs, please come forward for the lamp lighting ceremony.
Saraswati शारदे श्वेत कमल तेरा आसन है, श्वेत हंस तेरा वाहन है, श्वेत कमल तेरा आसन है, श्वेत हंस तेरा वाहन है, हम पर सिद्ध दृष्टि कर जननी गोद चीरती धार दे, वीणा पानी तार दे, तार दे, तार दे, माँ सरस्वती शारदे, माँ सरस्वती शारदे।
We are honored to have with us our Chancellor Sir, Shri P.K. Gupta Sir. I request Sir to inspire us with his words of blessings.
नमस्कार। आज इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में ये न्यूट्रिशन जो बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट पार्ट है लाइफ का, खासकर हिंदुस्तान जैसे देश में जहाँ पर मास न्यूट्रिशन या जो डेफिशिएंसी है वो बहुत सीरियस अफेयर है। इनफैक्ट मैं आर्टिकल पढ़ रहा था कि भारत सरकार ने अभी एक स्कीम शुरू की है कि जितना भी पीडीएफ में जो राइस जाएगा उसमें कुछ वो मिनरल के साथ में कैल्शियम, आयरन, मैग्नीज वगैरह का एक मिक्सिंग किया है, क्योंकि किसी भी देश की जो जनता होती है उस देश की स्ट्रेंथ होती है, उसकी एसेट होती है। एंड मैं पिछले 15-20 सालों से देख रहा हूँ कि भारत सरकार ने हेल्थ के ऊपर, न्यूट्रिशन के ऊपर काफ़ी काम किया है। जब हम कंपैरिजन करते हैं इंडिया को चाइना के साथ, कोरिया के साथ या जापान बाकी एशियन कंट्री के साथ में, तो हमारी प्रोडक्टिविटी को लेकर के इंटरनेशनली काफ़ी रिजर्वेशन है कि भाई हिंदुस्तानियों का जो प्रोडक्टिविटी है कंपेयर टू चाइनीज़ या कोरियन या जैपनीज़, उनकी फूड हैबिट्स, उनकी जो एनर्जी लेवल है या क्लाइमेटिक कंडीशन जो भी हैं, देयर आउटपुट इज़ कंपेरेटिवली बेटर देन अस। तो ये जो कॉन्फ्रेंस हो रही है आप लोगों की, आई थिंक दिस इज़ गोइंग टू सेट द न्यू अवेयरनेस टू मेक श्योर दैट एवरी इंडियन get the complete, the full meal, full of nutrients. So we should able to contribute in a better way for the development of this country. This is all I can in nutshell. क्योंकि न्यूट्रिएंट्स तो सबसे बहुत ज़रूरी है हम लोगों के लिए। और हिंदुस्तान में बीमारियां भी बढ़ रही हैं, काफ़ी सारे कैंसर की बात करो या डायबिटिक की बात करो या ब्लड प्रेशर की बात करो, कहीं ना कहीं हमारी फूड हैबिट डिस्टर्ब हुई है। कहीं ना कहीं हमको जो नेचुरली जो खाने को मिलता था, आई थिंक केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर्स ऑल्सो, एक्सेसिव यूज ऑफ दैट ऑल्सो हेल्प डिस्टर्बिंग देवर होल हेल्थ इकोसिस्टम। तो मैं शुभकामना आप सब लोगों को कि भाई इस कॉन्फ्रेंस से हमारे स्टूडेंट्स को, हमारे जो गेस्ट स्पीकर आए हुए हैं बाहर से, उनके जो उद्बोधनों से जो लाभ मिलेगा वो लॉन्ग वे टू गो। बिकॉज खासकर ये जो बच्चे बैठे हुए हैं, दे आर द वन हु इज़ गोइंग टू टेक दिस कंट्री नेक्स्ट लेवल। तो इनके अंदर इसके प्रति संवेदना और इसके कम होने की वजह से जो बीमारियां होती हैं, वो जितनी अवेयरनेस फैलाएंगे उतना ही इस देश के हित में भला होगा। थैंक यू वेरी मच। दैट्स इट।
Thank you, sir. We extend our warmest welcome to Pro-Chancellor, sir, the cornerstone of our institution. Sir is a visionary leader and has been a source of inspiration to many. I request sir to say a few words.
Good mornings to all. शारदा विश्वविद्यालय के चांसलर मेरे बड़े बेटा श्री पी.के. गुप्ता आज गेस्ट के रूप में हमारे बीच, आराधना जी GTB हॉस्पिटल से हमारे बीच हैं, और बाकी सभी महानुभाव जो पूरे दिन इस पर अपना व्याख्यान देने जा रहे हैं, उन सभी का मैं हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। स्कूल ऑफ मेडिकल साइंस की सभी सम्मानित फैकल्टी, माय डियर स्टूडेंट्स, न्यूट्रीकॉर्न जो कॉन्फ्रेंस और पूरे देश में अगर देखा जाए तो एक हफ्ते का 1 सितंबर से 7 सितंबर के बीच का 7 दिन इस न्यूट्रीकॉर्न को पूरा देश मना रहा है, और सभी मेडिकल साइंसेज और इंस्टीट्यूशन जो देश में हैं सभी मना रहे हैं। देश को स्वस्थ कैसे रखा जाए, अच्छा कैसे रखा जाए। अगर देश स्वस्थ होगा, देश के नागरिक स्वस्थ होंगे, तो हम देश को बेहतर बना पाएंगे, अच्छा बना पाएंगे। और इस पर जैसे कहा भी चांसलर साहब ने कि भारत सरकार बहुत काम कर रही है, और इस वीक में और आज का जो प्रोग्राम है और कल का जो प्रोग्राम है, इस पर जो भी चर्चाएं होंगी कि न्यूट्रिशन से क्या फ़ायदे होने वाले हैं और उस डाइट को कैसे कंट्रोल किया जाए। आजकल बड़ा कॉमन वर्ड मैं देखता हूँ इंटरमिटेंट फास्टिंग का, और जितने भी यंगस्टर हैं कि नहीं यार हम तो 8 घंटे खाना खाते हैं, बाकी 16 घंटे खाली रखते हैं पेट को। उस पर भी मैं देख रहा था एक चर्चा होने वाली है, उस पर भी कुछ लोग उस पर बात करने वाले हैं। अभी हाल ही में 3-4 दिन पहले जैन धर्म का एक पर्युषण पर्व होता है। उस पर्युषण पर्व में वो 8 दिन तक पानी पर रहते हैं, गर्म पानी पर। और हमारे भारतीय संस्कृति में अभी, भारतीय सनातन धर्म में भी नवरात्रे आते हैं। एक चैत नवरात्रा होता है और एक शरद नवरात्रा होता है। वो भी लगभग 9 दिन का रहता है, और उस 9 दिन के व्रत में यही कहा जाता है कि जो लोग उन व्रत को रखते हैं, और जब भी मौसम चेंज होता है और चेंज होने के बाद उस तरह के जब फास्टिंग होती है तो बॉडी में तमाम तरह के ऐसे बैक्टीरियाज बनते हैं जो आने वाले समय में नई बीमारियां देते हैं, परेशान करते हैं। तो उस मौसम में, एक मौसम से दूसरे मौसम में जब पलायन होता है, और ऐसे में जब फास्टिंग होती है, तो वो बॉडी के लिए बेहतर माना जाता है, अच्छा माना जाता है। आज की नहीं, सदियों पुरानी और ऋषि मुनियों ने इसको बड़ा सोच के समझ के कि भाई ठंड आ रही है, खूब खाओ, खूब अच्छे से रहो। और जैसे ही चेंज होता है मार्च के अंदर, 1 हफ्ते का फास्टिंग रखो, तो जितना भी मेटाबॉलिज्म बढ़ गया है, मोटापा बढ़ गया है, वो 1 हफ्ते में सेटल हो जाएगा। वापस दोबारा आप नई इनिंग शुरू करो। तो ऐसे समय में देश में न्यूट्रिशियस फूड में और क्या क्या नए इनोवेशन हो गए हैं। आज पूरा जमाना देश में बात हो रही है ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग की। पहले नहीं हमने सुना था ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग में, जब मैं छोटा था तब एक ही नाम होता था फार्मिंग। और बट देश की आवश्यकताओं के अनुसार इतने सारे फसल को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा कैसे बनाया जाए, दिया जाए, उसके बाद ये हुआ कि यार ये तो गलत हो गया, ये तो ठीक नहीं है, सॉइल ही ख़राब हो गई हमारी तो, विच इज़ वेरी हार्मफुल फॉर द बॉडी। और तमाम जो रिसर्च मैं भी कभी कभी अखबारों में पढ़ता रहता हूँ और न्यूज़पेपर्स में आर्टिकल्स आते हैं, उसमें ये काफ़ी जिक्र होता है कि अगर कैंसर जिस तेज़ी से फैल रहा है, तो चांसलर सर ने भी कहा उस बात को कि वो उसका मेन कारण यही है कि हमने अपनी सॉइल को बहुत बुरी तरीके से ख़राब कर लिया है, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा फर्टिलाइज़र डाल के। तो उसको वापस ठीक करने की ज़रूरत है। तो ऐसे में नया चलन शुरू हो गया ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग का। ऑर्गेनिक खाओ, ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग का फ्रूट्स लो, उसी के फ्रूट्स लो, वही बॉडी के लिए अच्छे हैं। तो मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ सभी डॉक्टर्स, पीजी स्टूडेंट्स, कम्युनिटी मेडिसिन के जो यहाँ बैठे हैं, आज पूरे दिन इस चर्चा पे अपना सभी एक्सपर्ट जो अपनी ओपिनियन देंगे, राय देंगे, आप अपने जीवन में उतारेंगे, समाज में सबको बताएंगे कि भाई न्यूट्रिश फूड खाओ। अब तो भारत सरकार भी कहती है कि मोदी जी भी कहते हैं कि भाई मुझे देश में मोटापा बढ़ रहा है और मुझे देश को आगे ले जाना है तो 10% ऑयल कम करने की ज़रूरत है। तो हर किचन में से 10% अगर ऑयल कम होता है तो अभी हम बहुत सारे सेफ गार्ड कर सकते हैं। बट मेरा ये मानना है कि बॉडी का अपना एक अलार्म सिस्टम है कि जब भी आप ज़्यादा खाते हैं और ज़्यादा खाने के बाद बॉडी अलार्म देने लगती है, कभी यूरिक एसिड बढ़ेगा, कभी मोटापा बढ़ेगा, कभी ब्रीथिंग के इश्यूज़ आएंगे, कभी आपको बीपी के इश्यूज़ आएंगे, तो बॉडी खुद अलार्म देने लगती है। तो अगर हम समय के हिसाब से अपने आप को बैलेंस डाइट अगर लेके चलते हैं, दैट इज़ द बेस्ट फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस। बट फिर भी आज इस 21st सेंचुरी में जिस तरह का सिस्टम चल रहा है, लोग मज़े करते हैं, पार्टियां करते हैं, एक्सेस डाइट लेते हैं, लेट नाइट तक खाते हैं, स्पेशली यंगस्टर्स रात को 2 बजे तक, 2:30 बजे तक पढ़ना, उसके बाद चाय पीना, खाना, विच इज़ हार्मफुल फॉर द बॉडी। और जमाना यही कहता था, पुराना ज़माना, कि यार 9-10 बजे तक सो जाओ और सुबह ब्रह्म मुहूर्त में उठो 5-6 बजे, 5-5:30 बजे, और वापस सनलाइट को दर्शन करो और सनराइज पे खाना खाओ और सनसेट से पहले खाना खा लो, विच इज़ बेस्ट फॉर द बॉडी। और तब तो ना कोई चर्चा होती थी और ना ऐसा सिस्टम था। अब ऐसे समय में जब चीज़ें दिक्कत से ऊपर हो जाती हैं, तब इस तरह की कॉन्फ्रेंसेस, उस पर डिस्कशन होना स्वाभाविक है और अच्छा है। आई एम श्योर it will give lot of new inputs and insight to all my doctors team, and thank you Aradhana ji being with us, and all the experts who is coming today to deliver and to talk to all our students. Thank you so much, and I wish you all the best and great success of this Nutricorn. And I am sure, जैसा कि मुझे बताया कि लगभग 300-400 गेस्ट, 450 गेस्ट्स ऑल ओवर कंट्री से इसमें पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं, जुड़े हुए हैं, इसके ऊपर चिंतन करेंगे, सुनेंगे, समझेंगे। और हम सबका दायित्व है कि जो भी यहाँ सुख लेकर जाएं, उसको अपने घर में ज़रूर डिस्कस करें, परिवार में डिस्कस करें। जो मॉर्निंग वॉक पर जाते हैं वहाँ आपस में डिस्कस करें, यार हम तो कॉन्फ्रेंस में सुन के आए और हमको एक्सपर्ट ने ये बताया, यार अपनी लाइफ में फॉलो करो तो हम लोग बेहतर रह सकें, स्वस्थ रह सकें। थैंक यू सो मच, ऑल द बेस्ट।
Thank you, sir. We are honored to have with us our Pro Vice Chancellor, sir, whose vision and leadership continue to inspire this institute to greater heights. May I now invite sir to share a few words of blessing.
Very good morning to all of you. It's a great conference, Nutricorn 2025. Honorable Chancellor of the Sharda University, Honorable Pro Chancellor of the Sharda University, 𝐂𝐨𝐫, Dean, School of Medical Science and Research, and guest of honor, Dr. Aradhana ji, and the participants, faculties and students, and the research scholars. As mentioned by the Honorable Chancellor and Honorable Pro Chancellor, sir, there are a lot of has been done in the field of the nutrition, seeds, health, and so on. We link to the Sustainable Development Goal. There are one of the goal is a zero hunger. The another goal is good health and the well-being. These are the two goals which are very important as far the SDG 17 goals are concerned, and the deadline for achieving the deadlines is 2030. There are different parameters and targets are being mentioned in SDG goals. It becomes our duty also with the help of deliberations in such kind of conferences to achieve the targets by fixing different kind of methodologies, practices and system in place. In Sharda University, there are different programs which are running on the food technology. The Life Sciences Department of Life Sciences is running the food technology program. The School of Engineering Technology also running the program of the food technology. The collaborations between these schools can really make a great research, collaborative research, to find different kind of solutions to fulfill the needs. As mentioned, the nutrition for the bodies today are very important for our life. The fasting is of course important for life, but at the same time, how much and what to extent the fasting can be sustainable for the body is very much important. With the help of the AI today, which is already encroached in all the areas and domains, we can find the need of the personalized person depending on the genetic history, the history of the parentals. One can find what is the need for a person, and accordingly the diets can be mentioned. Gluten is one of the biggest issue still. We are not able to find the solution for that. Of course, we can find the solution in such kind of conferences. At the end, I like to congratulate the School of Medical Science and Research for organizing Nutricorn 2025, and I am sure the end of the 2 days conferences, the deliberations, we are going to take a lot of takeaways and we can perceive those in our day-to-day life. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are delighted to have a huge response from scientific paper and poster presentations this Nutricon 2025. I now request our dignitaries and guest speakers to kindly release the souvenir. I also invite Dr. Shalini ma'am to kindly come up on stage.
सीजर गांठ लगा दी है ऐसी खोल दो ना, निकाल दो बाहर।
It is our pleasure to welcome our Dean of SMSR, Dr. Nirupma Gupta ma'am, whose guidance, dedication and wisdom lights the path of this institution. I request ma'am to grace us with her invaluable insights.
Thank you so much. Regards to Chancellor Sir, Pro-Chancellor Sir and Pro-Vice Chancellor Sharda University, the MS Sharda Hospital, Dr. Shalini and her team, all dignitaries, all HODs, faculty members, the guest speakers present here, I welcome you all for Nutricon 2025. What we are is because of our food. This is a single line answer. जो हम आज हैं, हम जो खा रहे हैं उसकी वजह से हैं. So we cannot just take it very lightly or casually what we are eating. We have to eat. Just think before what you're eating. This is for the students. We have students also here. Just think before what you're eating, what time you're eating. Everything depends upon your weight, your physical activity, what you are actually, your physical activity, your sleep cycle. All these things are important whenever we are eating. So nutrition is a very important aspect, very, very important aspect. On that, we're going to have this discussion from the various guest speakers, and I'm happy that Dr. Shalini is organizing along with her team members, and more than 450 delegates are there. Some are online, some are offline. My best wishes to the Department of Community Medicine, and great learning for all the students and the delegates. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. I take the privilege to invite our MS, Dr. Rammurthy Sharma sir, whose guidance keeps running our hospital with excellence. Sir, please come and share a few words.
Good afternoon. Honorable Chancellor sir, Pro-Chancellor sir, they are just late because of their busy commitment and schedule. Pro-VC sir, Sharda University, and Dean SMSR, invited guest, Dr. Aradhana, Dr. Jugal Kishore, Dr. Shalini Srivastava, to take this initiative, faculty members, professors at the department, and my dear students. It gives me immense pleasure to be here with you today, this morning, on the inauguration of Nutricorn 2025, the National Conference on Nutrition Week. As told by the many speakers, nutrition is a very important part of us. We all need food for the day-to-day work, for the energy, for the growth and development, for our body, for our mind. There was a time about 40-50 years back, there was a shortage of food in our country. Malnutrition was a major problem that time. But now, there is abundance of food in our country. In fact, now our country can feed many other countries. There's so much of food available in our country. And this abundance of food is showing in each one of us, many of us in fact, not each one of us. Nowadays problem is overnutrition, obesity, overweight, become common problem. Recently, a survey conducted by the National Family Health Survey, they said about 24% of women, that is around 44 million, are either overweight or obese in our country. 23% men are also obese and overweight in our country. And with this obesity and overweight comes other problems like diabetes, hypertension. And the diabetes, hypertension, as we all know, lead to the other multiple problem, major problem like chronic kidney disease, liver disease, coronary artery disease, cancer, multiple problems. So all these problems we can avoid. We take care about our nutrition. Nutrition, we should take right precaution from the day we are born on this planet Earth. I remember the first 6 months, the best breast milk, as was told by our pediatrician colleague. They've been every year they have this ceremony. And the first 6 months, the mother feed. Breast milk is the best for us. After that, I see many in the side, small children, 2 to 3 year old. I find the parents feeding them with chocolate, lollipop, sweets. They don't realize how harm it is doing to the body. It's not a complete food. And what kind of damage it is being done at the younger age. Very common. The children a little grow up, then you see they are eating potato chips, having a glass of Pepsi or bottle of Pepsi in their hand, watching TV for a long time. They do not go out for play, or they develop something called couch potato syndrome. You all are very well aware of that. Couch potato syndrome. It is said, what you can eat in 1 minute, it takes for you to spend 1 hour of that much of energy. To give you a simple example, if you eat 1 samosa, that contains around 250 calories. To spend 250 calories, you need to walk for 1 hour. So that is the imbalance in the energy spent and energy gained. You gain in 1 minute, but you need to take 1 hour of the effort to spend that much of energy. Another problem nowadays is binge eating. Whole week we take precaution. Oh no, I should not eat this, I should not eat sweet. I am careful the whole week. But on the weekend, it's a party time. You all want to enjoy the weekend. You go for a party in the mall, or you go for a wedding party, you do the binge eating. All the whole efforts of 1 week is nullified. Whatever you done in the last 1 week, you get nullified just by 1 day of binge eating. That is harmful. So we don't realize, he said, no, I am eating very carefully, but still we are getting the weight. Another major problem nowadays is the availability of processed and ultra-processed food. We all keep hearing about ultra-processed food. Processed food means when the food is processed in the factories and various kind of places, food which is grown from the field is the best for the human body, like the vegetables, like the fruits, what is grown in the trees from the fields, that is the best for us. So what is processed food? I'll give simple example. You take mango. Mango is a delicious fruit we all enjoy. When mango is processed in a factory, it becomes mango maja. Mango maja, we all enjoy mango maja. You remove the fibers. Fibers is out from the fruit and you add some additives, preservatives, which both are harmful for us. We need fibers, preservatives. Same way, orange, other fruits, any fruit, guava, simple, you eat fruit in same frame, that is best for us, but the moment you process, make the fruit juice out of it, you add preservative, you add sugar, and you take the fibers out of it. Fibers, it is said, is the best for human body. Fibers are something like internal scavenger of our own body. Eat guava, or you eat any fruit which contains good amount of fibers, they clean the inside of our gut. They clean the, like a scavenger, like a safai kar dete hain gut ke andar se. And ultra-processed food contains so many preservatives. We don't know what all kind of, the fruit juice come in a can or a pack. We don't know what all kind of preservatives are present in the can or a fruit pack and a fruit juice pack. So better to take the fruit in the form as such they are available. So the problem we are facing. Easy available food. You dial any app and you can get the food easily. Homemade food, grown food in the vegetables, in the field, that is the best for us. Half of the world, or more than half of the world is fighting for the obesity control. It is said, for the control of obesity, food is much more important than the amount of exercise we do. Many people come and tell me, sir, I did the exercise the whole day, 1 hour I do, but still I'm not able to control my weight. Reason, we don't know what we are eating. Processed food contains very dense, very high energy food. It contains huge amount of calories, salt, and sugar, which all are bad for us. Diabetes, hypertension, kidney problem, they all are bad for us. So food is very important on the overall growth. You must have heard one medicine for the weight control, Ozempic or semaglutide, that GLP-1 agonist. It's such a popular medication, and in fact my children abroad, they keep on telling me, whole world is eating this Ozempic medication for the weight control. The company which makes the Ozempic is Novo Nordisk. They made billions of dollars, $27 billion they have made by selling this one drug only, Ozempic. So what is the foreign company rule? Like company making Pepsi, company making Lay's, the potato chips. They first sell this kind of Pepsi chips, make us obese, and then tell us drug like Ozempic, again make money. So by both ways they are making money. First by selling this kind of ultra-processed food to make us obese, and then they sell the drugs like Ozempic to weight control. Everybody wants to control the weight. So in a nutshell, whatever I have said, the food is very important. Please eat, always mindful eating. And with this, I once again thank the organizer for taking this lead and to take the initiative. And I wish all the best. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. We would like to inform all our online participants that they would be updated through WhatsApp notifications and they can post their queries in the same group.
तैत्रीय उपनिषद के अनुसार शिव और शक्ति के मिलन से ब्रह्मांड में जीवन की उत्पत्ति हुई। मानव शरीर एवं प्रकृति का अवलोकन आकाश, धरती, जल, वायु एवं अग्नि से हुआ है। यद्यपि इन्हीं पंच तत्वों से मानव, मानव से माया, माया से सभ्यताएं, सभ्यता से परंपरा और परंपरा से पोषण का उपक्रम हुआ। पोषण पोषण वह विज्ञान है जिसमें जीवित प्राणी के शरीर हेतु जिन पोषक तत्वों की आवश्यकता है उन्हें आहार द्वारा पूर्ण किया जाता है। पोषण के अंदर वह सारी प्रक्रियाएं निहित हैं जो भोजन ग्रहण से लेकर उसके उचित उपयोग तक होती हैं। आहार का पाचन, अवशोषण तथा यथोचित उपयोग ही पोषण कहलाता है। परंतु आज लचर होती जीवन शैली एवं नाना प्रकार के पूरक तत्वों से हम अपने लिए ही एक मकर जाल बुन रहे हैं। यहाँ तक कि इस वर्ष के स्वतंत्रता दिवस समारोह में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी मोटापे को एक अघोषित आपदा बताया। उन्होंने सलाह दी कि अगर हर परिवार मात्र 10% तक खाना पकाने में तेल की मात्रा कम कर दे तो यह पूरे परिवार के स्वास्थ्य के लिए लाभदायक सिद्ध होगा। तो चलिए आज हम और आप संकल्प लेते हैं, इन अभिभाषणों के उपरांत कम से कम एक अच्छी व तंदुरुस्त आदत को अपनी जीवन शैली का हिस्सा बनाएंगे।
To commence today's program, it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Aradhna Ma'am, Professor in Department of Pediatrics, UCMS Delhi. She is a member of District Task Force Immunization and AEFI Committee, Shahadra, and has around 35 publications. We welcome you, ma'am. I request Dr. Abhishek sir to kindly chair the session and be seated on stage.
Press this to change the slide. This one?
Okay. Thank you, especially thank you, Shalini ma'am, for inviting me. This topic is very close to my heart. For last 4 to 5 years, I have started enrolling even obese children to our endocrinology clinics. Such is the impact of obesity. Our esteemed dignitaries have already told what is the ongoing scenario of this lifestyle, and this lifestyle induced a disease. We can say obesity is a disease now. So without wasting time, I would like to go ahead. So I would like to start with this case. Who recently came, an 11-year-old boy complaining of weight gain for 4 years, or as already everybody is saying, after COVID pandemic. So obesity has increased after this because sedentary habits and lifestyle changes have become more pronounced after this pandemic. So the child had increased appetite, pain abdomen, breathlessness, snoring also. The child had, of course, routine intake of junks, which we must have encountered. I think our pediatricians must be seeing in their routine OPDs that every child is having routine intake of junks in some or the other way. So such was the problem with this child also. The child was eating excess calories, excess proteins, fatty food, and often eats outside. The child, what is the routine of this child? The child wakes up at 8 o'clock, at 9 to 10, he goes to masjid, 11 to 1, tuition, then 2 to 6:30, he goes to school, then he comes back, studies and watches TV, mobile, and sleeps by 1 o'clock. So this is the scenario of this is the lifestyle which, this is a child from low socioeconomic status. So this is to emphasize the lifestyle of most of us. Our MBBS students are sitting here. I am very much convinced that they must be studying at night and waking up late in the morning. They must be consuming junks a lot. So this is for all of us. So the child has no outdoor activities. Nothing at all, goes to masjid and school by auto. On and off physical education activities at school. Screen time is almost 4 to 5 hours. And this is the story of low socioeconomic status child. The parents, siblings, all are obese. They are following same dietary habits and sedentary lifestyle. The child is also having poor self-esteem, also facing bullying at school, which we got to know by doing our health assessment. which I think you must be knowing, which is a very special tool for assessment of adolescents and is having very poor social interactions. So this is the story of a typical boy. This is just a one example. And this is how the child looks. The child has gained weight. They were also worried about gynecomastia, breast enlargement, but actually this is lipomastia. There is acanthosis nigricans, we can see in the axilla as well as in the neck. There is so much truncal obesity, abdominal fat. So what came on plotting his weight height on the growth chart. So this is IP boy extended BMI chart. Our MBBS students must be knowing this. Why is this extended? Because beyond 27 adult equivalent, there are 2 more lines which are showing class 2 and class 3 obesity. So this is extended chart where we see that BMI of this child is way above the normal. It is about 27 adult equivalent, which is defined as obesity in our children. So weight was this much. I am not going to read it. Waist circumference was too high. Now what cutoff we take is 70 centile by Khadilkar et al. Chart, and the child is above 95th centile. So we did bioimpedance analysis, percentage body fat estimation also, which is way too high above the cutoffs. So I'm not going into the numbers. This is just to show what is the scenario of this child, who is not looking so much obese. Even then, there's so much fat in his body. This is a waist circumference chart. I am showing just to, you should know that there is such waist circumference chart available, and this is Indian reference. So the child also had a lot of morbidities. The child had elevated blood pressure, impaired fasting blood glucose, triglycerides were high, cholesterol was high. The child had fatty liver also. So we advised dietary modification, physical activity, reduced screen time. We called the whole family also to focus on his diet, to engage in more and more physical activity. But recently the child came. Now he has completed 1 year of follow-up, but very sad, there is no improvement at all. His BMI has still increased. This is the problem we are facing with obesity. Once a child becomes obese, it is very, very difficult to bring down his weight. It is very difficult to say a child not to eat this, not to eat that thing. And the child is not even able to perform his activities because of his so much hectic schedule. So this is the scenario of most of the children in our country. So regarding burden of obesity, this is global trend where 1 in 8 people worldwide living with obesity. Adult obesity, 43% overweight and 16% are obese. And so is the scene in the children and adolescents too. So once obesity was thought to be a high income country problem, but now it's not so. It is spreading very much in low socioeconomics, low and middle income countries also. Now, our Western countries have improved. They have realized the importance of good nutrition, and we have also to learn this. So this is recent data, not recent. This is a comparison of NFHS 4 and NFHS 5 data where we see that in children, men and women, there's increase in the percentage of obesity. So in various studies, it has been found that obesity ranges from 1.5 to 14% among children only. And as already told, it was initially a problem of higher socioeconomic status, but now it's equally common in low socioeconomic status also, as I have already told in this previous case. Then we should know what is obesity, a little, just 1 or 2 slides on it. So how do we define obesity? So there are several tools. One very simple tool which is known to everybody, which is used by most of us, is body mass index. So what is the definition? In children less than 5 years, if it is more than 2 standard deviation, the child is overweight, and more than 3 standard deviation is obesity. In 5 to 19 years old, we use BMI, not weight for height. We use BMI. In less than 5 years, we use weight for height. So how do we define obesity in 5 to 19-year-old children and adolescents? BMI more than 27 adult equivalent is defined as obesity. I'm sure you must be knowing from where this adult equivalent came. So in Indian adults, we have seen that at a particular BMI, the percentage of body fat is much higher as compared to Western population. So the cutoff has been decreased from 30 to 27 for our Indian adults. And from extrapolation of that, this 27 adult equivalent came. So we should know this because we can, by showing on the growth chart, we may convince the parents, we may convince the child also that you are lying here and you should be way below that. So this is the beauty of growth charts. So again, just to show that we should start using these BMI charts, which are freely available at the websites, Indian Pediatrics, Academy of Pediatrics. These are pediatrician-friendly charts. These are very good charts where we have weight, height, mid-parental height, and in the inset, a small inset, we have chart for this BMI. So we need not calculate BMI here. Just plot on the x-axis is weight, on y-axis. X is the height and on y is weight. So but we just have to measure weight and height and plot it here, and we will come to know whether child is obese, overweight or normal. So this one chart will tell everything. Then we have these waist circumference charts also. Other parameters which can be used, as I have told, this is one, to know the central obesity is waist circumference. Then there are certain ratios like waist to hip ratio, waist to height ratio, and the best way to know is body composition analysis, which we usually do in our research settings, out of which DEXA is the gold standard. However, at most of the setups, we have this body impedance analysis. At our center also, we have this, and we are using it for our obese children. So this is just to show the picture of DEXA and BIA. Then what is the risk factors? So here it is important to see that now we have to see that there is life cycle of this risk factors for obesity, life cycle approach. So already there is genetic predisposition for obesity. There are certain genes like FTO genes, leptin gene, PPAR, gamma genes. So already there is predisposition, and once environmental risk factors come in, the child becomes obese. So it starts from pre-conception and pregnancy itself. So maternal excess weight, pre and during pregnancy, gestational diabetes mellitus, these are risk factors for obesity in the child born. The lack of breastfeeding, early introduction of solids, and rapid weight gain in the infant, these are another risk factors. Now, parents are very happy that my child is gaining weight so much. Infants, sometimes infants, 6-month-old child came who was 10 kg, had 10 kg weight. So there's nothing to be happy. So this rapid weight gain is also very dangerous. It can lead to obesity in the child, which will persist into the adulthood. Then during adolescence, we all know our adolescents are having so many lifestyle issues. They are eating too many junks. Sleep cycle is already disturbed. Waking up till night, sleeping in the morning, then excessive use of screen time. All these are the risk factors for the obesity. So we have to tackle these risk factors. This is life cycle. So a girl who is obese will later on will remain obese even during pregnancy. Again, the child, that mother will give birth to a child who will become obese. So this cycle continues to go on, and we have to break this cycle. So start from preconception and pregnancy. So as already told, Recently, a very good guideline has been published by ICMR National Institute of Nutrition, जिसका हमने वीडियो भी देखा. It was a very beautiful video summarizing what all you can get in this guideline. You can read it for yourself and can spread to the society also. So what is balanced diet? We all know a balanced diet is a diet which provides adequate amounts of carbohydrates, proteins, minerals, vitamins in adequate quantity and adequate proportions. So this is the pyramid. We can see the base is formed by lots of fruits and vegetables. So our diet must be composed of major chunks should be by these fruits and vegetables. Then comes your cereals, wheat, rice, millets. Nowadays, for 2 to 3 years, millets trend has increased and millets have become very costly. So this is very good. Millets are very good. They are very rich in vitamins, minerals, fiber also. Then at the top comes protein rich foods, which include pulses, milk, curd, non-veg like fish. And at the top, but equally important, are nuts, seeds, fats, and oils. So this is what makes a balanced diet. So we must make sure that everyone eats balanced diet. Then what are the different food groups? This ICMR NIN has given very beautiful table of 10 food groups. And it has been very well said that at least 5 to 7 items from each food groups, or at least 5 to 7 food groups must be consumed on daily basis. So you can see for yourself also whether you are eating all these or not, like cereals, pulses, vegetables, nuts, green leafy vegetables, fruits, dairy. So all these must be included in your diet. A very interesting way to teach general public and to teach children and adolescents is to teach them my plate for the day. Just to tell them that for whole day, your diet should be in such a manner that half of plate is made up of fruits and vegetables. Then another 50 to 60% should be made up of cereals. The remaining 30 to 40% should be having pulses, nuts, cereals, and some milk and milk products. So this is the concept of my plate for the day. This has been coined just to make it simpler to use. We can teach it in a simpler way. Then how to start preconception? So we have to start from here. So we have to make sure that the expectant mother should be having appropriate weight, not too low, not too high. So adequate nutrition of women of childbearing age group is very important. We all know first 1,000 days, I'm not going to go into detail. During pregnancy, diet is very important during pregnancy. So because we have seen that undernourished women give birth to low birth weight, SGA, and preterm babies, and these babies are at higher risk of becoming obese when they grow older. And this obesity will remain with them lifelong in most of the cases. Excess calories, HFSS, yani high fat, sugar, and salt food intake during pregnancy also causes obesity in children. So what are the recommendations? A woman, childbearing, a pregnant woman who has normal BMI. What is normal BMI for an adult? BMI between 18.5 to 23 kg per meter square. So a mother who is having, a pregnant woman who is having normal BMI should target for weight gain of 10 to 12 kg throughout pregnancy. Not less than that, not more than that. Additional 350 calories must be taken by the woman during second and third trimester. Additional 8 gram and 18 gram protein must be taken in second and third trimester respectively. So we have to, this ICMR NIN has given very beautiful charts to guide them regarding their dietary requirements. If BMI is less, if the woman is underweight, then we have to provide 100 calories extra, means 350 plus 100 makes it 450 calories. So this much should be taught during pregnancy. And if the woman is overweight, then specific instructions should be given to avoid fat and sugar, extra fat and extra sugar. So these are certain prototypes of diet during pregnancy which should be given. This is already given in ICMR NIN, this guideline. Then diet during pregnancy. All 3 major meals must be there with 2 to 3 snacks in between, and very good emphasis on breakfast. Breakfast should not be missed, which is a trend nowadays. With intermittent fasting and all, many people are now missing this breakfast. Then what should be diet during 0 to 6 months? It has been taught for a long time, but still the progress is not so much. So what is early initiation of breastfeeding? Breastfeeding within first hour after birth is known as early initiation of breastfeeding, and this has been shown to be very much protective against obesity. Avoidance of honey, glucose, water, dilute milk, this is important. Exclusive breastfeeding first 6 months is protective against obesity. It has been shown in a meta-analysis recently conducted. However, we know we have been teaching so much, but still the situation is very grave. In our OPD, I don't think it is 63% also. Because in up to 6 months, जिससे भी हम पूछते हैं, that mother is giving either top milk, diluted milk, some lactogen, very few are giving breastfeeding. Some are giving breastfeeding, then they stop for 2 or 3 months, and they start giving those top feeds. Even those women who are at home. So the situation is not, I'm not sure how this 63% also comes. It is way below that. So recent studies have shown that there is a very good interaction of breastfeeding with childhood obesity, and it influences the genetic factors also. So breastfeeding is very much protective against childhood obesity. Then complementary feeding, we all know, should be started at, all are sleeping, should be started at 6 months, after 6 months, okay? So this must be emphasized. Again, early introduction of complementary feeding is a risk factor for obesity. And late introduction, it does not cause obesity, but then it leads to undernutrition. So always we have to balance it. Complementary feeding must be started at right time after 6 months of age. Not only started, it should be appropriate. So if a mother is feeding the breast milk, we should encourage to continue breastfeeding and introduce the complementary feeding 2 to 3 times, nutritionally dense. So you haven't taught already about this. So complementary feeding is quite important. And studies have also shown that complementary feeding, if started before 4 months of age, it poses a risk factor for childhood obesity. Then diet during childhood. Now our children, those coming to OPD, almost we have seen 100% are taking junks. They are taking chips. Chips is now epidemic. They just buy 5 rupees chips, 10 rupees chips. There are so many varieties of chips, biscuits and chocolates. तो all हमेशा से रहे हैं, जिस chips epidemic is there. Then momos. So these are favorite food of our children. And mother comes कि बच्चा खाना नहीं खा रहा है. And when we start asking, he is already taking 2 chips packet, whole chips packet at a time. Just 5 मिनट में जल्दी जल्दी खा लिया. दूसरा की भी डिमांड आ गई, मोमोज खा रहा है, घर पे दाल चावल he doesn't like. So this is the scenario of our children. And parents are not able to convince them. They say कि आप इसको डांट दो, ये हमारी नहीं सुनता. A 5-year-old child does not listen to parents now. So this is all problem, and it is very difficult to tackle. So this is, we have to intervene here. We have to, as whenever we encounter a child or a child's parent, we should talk about the diet. Then during adolescence. Now adolescents are beyond our reach, those sitting here. So now they have to teach themselves now. A very good way to teach themselves is my plate for the day. Please ensure that you are eating very good amount of fruits, vegetables, healthy diet. limit junks to not more than once a week. Then this was what should be eaten, what should not be eaten. Then everything, HFSS food. So what is HFSS food? It is high fat, salt and sugar food. What is high fat? High fat is that food which contains more than 50% energy, which is coming from vegetable oil, ghee, butter, whatever type of fat it is. High salt more than 5 grams per day. ये सब आपके उसमें लिखा होता है. इन चिप्स के पैकेट लो, आप पिज़्ज़ाज लो, उसमें भी this is mentioned which nobody reads ever. So sodium content more than 2 gram or salt content more than 5 gram per day is high salt. So can anybody tell what is the salt content of just one piece of pizza? One slice we say. You must be eating the whole pizza. So one slice, this provides 0.5 gram of sodium. So if you eat just 4 slices, your daily quota is complete. So this is the burden. Just I have giving example pizza only, burger, cheese, breads, which we don't realize. हम कहते हैं bread में कहाँ से आ गया salt? But bread contains high amount of salt. So all these junks are very high in salt as well as sugar. So we have to understand ourselves and then we have to teach others also. High sugar, more than 5% of total energy intake. If it comes from sugar, it's known as high sugar. But what is that? It is more than 5 teaspoons per day. So just remember कि आपने 2 बड़ा चम्मच चीनी ले लिया या 5 छोटे चम्मच चीनी ले लिए तो आपका हो गया. Now don't take more than that. So what are these HFSS food? Chocolates, cakes, candies, pizza. There's huge list. It's difficult to name. Not only these are traditional foods also come in this category. Samosas, pakode, traditional snacks, sweets, vada pav. All these also come in this category. But then it is difficult to make these. So children, I have seen that children do not eat these food very often. They are eating this above list, cakes, fruit juices, because they are very readily available. Everywhere it is available. In 5 rupees, in 10 rupees, every variety is available. So we have to intervene here, and whenever we encounter child's parents, if a child is healthy also, we have to start from there only. We do not wait for a child to become obese. So please spread the awareness. So this is a very important aspect. I have not made it complicated, just to emphasize what should be done. So what we have to teach? Swap high calorie foods with healthier options. हम सिर्फ कहें हेल्दी खाओ ऐसे नहीं होता. वी हैव टू टेल देम, हमें उनको बताना पड़ेगा क्या आप खा रहे हो जो अनहेल्दी है, उसको हमें किस चीज़ से एक्सचेंज कर देना है. सो ये जो हाई फूड आइटम्स हैं, इवन हम अगर स्प्राउट्स का सैलड बनाएं, इट ऑल्सो टेस्ट डिलीशियस. So we can change these high calorie food with sprouts, these carbonated and sugar sweetened beverages with our naturally available food items. We can make shikanji, we can get coconut. This is to note that coconut now costs 80 rupees and this sugar sweetened beverage comes in 10 rupees. So here comes some limitation, but then we have to tell them that although this is cheaper, this is not good for health, please go for healthier options. Then these pakoras and all, they should be replaced by nuts, seeds. Fruit juices must be replaced by whole fruits. So we often see in our IPDs, a child is sick and they start giving fruit juices. So they have a conception that fruit juice is very good. कुछ महंगा ला के दे रहे हैं तो अच्छा हो जाएगा, बच्चा जल्दी अच्छा हो जाएगा. So we have to emphasize that fruit juices are not beneficial. They are even detrimental. There's lack of fiber. It increases sugar sharply and then decreases it sharply. So these should be replaced with whole fruits. And other are traditional sweets, are these sauces. They should be replaced with homemade chutneys. So we have noted that we were eating healthy food. For these last few decades now, we have landed up into junks. So we have to go back to our normal time, our old days. Start eating traditional food. So these are different terminologies. I won't go into detail. So to avoid the confusion of these terminology, Indian Academy of Pediatrics has coined a very beautiful term, JUNKS. Now JUNKS is just a acronym where J stands for junk food, U stands for ultra processed and is nutritionally inappropriate, C is carbonated, and S stands for sugar sweetened beverages. It includes, it encompasses almost all the junk foods. So it has different definitions also, but we have to tell. ऐसे एक्रोनिम आप बताओ बच्चों को तो दो एन्जॉय इट, कि जंक्स मत खाओ, उसका फुल फॉर्म बता दो, क्या कार्बोनेटेड बेवरेजेस हैं, क्या शुगर स्वीटेंड बेवरेजेस हैं. सो दीज आर द वेज, गुड वेज टू टीच आवर चिल्ड्रन एडोलेसेंट्स. आप ट्रैफिक लाइट अप्रोच बता सकते हो. किसको बता सकते हो? एक बच्चा जो फर्स्ट स्टैंडर्ड में जा रहा है, दैट चाइल्ड विल बी एबल टू परसीव इट इन द बेस्ट वे. इनको ट्रैफिक लाइट वगैरह सब समझाई जाती है. एट द सेम टाइम यू स्टार्ट टेलिंग देम traffic light approach for their food also, and once they grasp, they will retain it for their lifetime. It's very difficult to teach adolescents. It's very easier to teach a child who's going first or second standard. So start teaching this. G is, we all know, go, eat freely fruits and vegetables. Nobody will, it will never cause harm. Yellow, which you have to be cautious. आपको पोर्शन कंट्रोल करना है सीरियल्स प्रोटीन्स खाने में. स्टॉप जंक्स. Think twice, 10 times before eating junks. So these are just ways to teach younger children. Whenever you are invited, for our faculty also, if you are invited for a talk in school and all, then please use these methods. Then just those who are interested, Indian Academy of Pediatrics has given very good guideline on junk foods. What are different types of junk food? How they can be tackled. Other interesting ways to teach our children are my plate method. Teach them in very important and very easy way. अब आप उनको कार्बोहाइड्रेट कंटेंट, प्रोटीन कंटेंट ये नहीं बताना है. जस्ट टेल देम कि क्या खाना है, कितने अमाउंट में खाना है. माई प्लेट मेथड इज़ वेरी गुड फॉर दैट. ये पूरे होल डे का है, नॉट अ सिंगल मील. इट्स टीचर्स कि होल डे में हम जो खा रहे हैं उसमें आपको इंश्योर करो कि 50% फ्रूट्स और वेजिटेबल्स हो, बाकी में आपका ग्रेन्स, प्रोटीन एंड मिल्क प्रोडक्ट्स आएँ. देन गो, ग्रो एंड ग्लो. सो चिल्ड्रन आर फैसिनेटेड विद दिस ऑल्सो. गो मीन्स इफ यू ईट दिस फूड, then you will be able to play, you will be able to do your daily activities, grow. If you eat these protein containing foods, you will grow faster, you will be stronger. Glow, if you eat fruits and vegetables, your skin will glow. So these are the ways to teach our younger kids. Then 5 to 1 0. These I am telling because every time, these are very important. In our OPD we can tell. अगर हम कार्बोहाइड्रेट प्रोटीन बोलने लगेंगे तो nobody will listen. So this is to teach our children with limited time. हमारे पास टाइम कम है, हम ऐसे बता सकते हैं. 5 to 1 0, 5 portions of fruits and vegetables. हमारे जो MBBS वाले students हैं, you will be having this chance. So learn this, and whenever you encounter a child, please teach them. 2 means not screen time, not more than 2 hours. 1 is 1 hour of physical activities. 0 junks. So these are certain innovative ways. So you can teach. Just to run quickly, IAP junks guideline, they have very beautifully mentioned in very elaborate way what are the guidelines for children and families. अब बिल्कुल मना कर दो कि पिज़्ज़ा खाओ ही नहीं, बर्गर मत खाओ, तो कोई नहीं सुनेगा, फिर तो वो डेली खाएंगे. So कुछ तो रिलैक्सेशन देना है. What रिलैक्सेशन? उनको बोलो कि तुम मत बोलो, हम तुम्हें सैटरडे संडे फिक्स 1 डे उस दिन लाकर देंगे, बट that should not be constituting more than 50% of calorie. इतना देंगे कि आपकी कैलोरी भी वहाँ पे एडजस्ट हो जाए. सो allot 1 day, आप खुद से दो, बच्चा चोरी चोरी ना खाए जाके. सो this much relaxation has to be given. Fruit juices, again emphasizing for adults also. पेरेंट्स को बताना ज़रूरी है कि फ्रूट जूसेस आर नॉट हेल्दी. आप फल लाओ, फल काट कर खिलाओ without any added salt. Then caffeinated drinks. सब बच्चों को पैदा होते ही चाय पिला रहे हैं, हमेशा से पिला रहे हैं और आज भी पिला रहे हैं. Every child, most of the children just they eat हमारे लो सोशियो इकोनॉमिक स्टेटस वाले बच्चे कहते हैं क्या खाया, चाय पापे खा के गए, ये खा के वो स्कूल जाते हैं। थोड़े वेल टू डू वाले आते हैं, उनसे पूछो क्या खिलाया बच्चे को, दूध पिला दिया और स्कूल भेज दिया। बच्चे ने 5 मिनट में दूध पी लिया और फटाफट स्कूल चला गया। वाई वेस्ट टाइम ऑन ईटिंग दीज पोहा, दलिया एंड योर पराठाज। सो वी हैव टू टीच देम कि ये सही तरीका नहीं है। वी आर नॉट गिविंग प्रोटीन, वी आर नॉट गिविंग एडिक्वेट कार्ब्स, देयर इज नो फ्रूट वेजिटेबल, और बच्चा ये खा के जा रहा है ब्रेकफास्ट। So breakfast has to be emphasized for every child who is going to school. चाय का तो बहुत ही बुरा हाल है, so you can't eliminate it, but at least limit the quantity. बोल दो कि भाई पिला लो, आधा कप पिला लो अगर बच्चा 5 से 9 साल का है, 1 कप तक पिला सकते हो बच्चा अगर बड़ा हो गया 9 years से। So avoidance is not the thing here. You have to limit the portion size. We have to tell them कि हाँ ले सकते हो, but this is how you can take it and this works. Then policy recommendation, इस पर हमारा वश तो नहीं है, but this should happen. Guidelines है schools में, अगर आपको स्कूल में जाकर कुछ बोलने का मौका मिले तो यहाँ आप इस प्रिंसिपल से और टीचर से ये बात ज़रूर करें कि स्कूल की कैंटीन्स में देयर शुड बी हेल्दी फूड अवेलेबल। ऐसा नहीं है, इवन माई डॉटर स्कूल आई वेंट टू द कैंटीन, उसमें वही सब मिल रहा है, बर्गर, हमारे समोसा, नो मतलब अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ ड्रिंकिंग वाटर इज़ नॉट देयर, बट सारे शुगर स्वीटेंड बेवरेजेस आर अवेलेबल देयर। दिस इज़ द स्टेटस ऑफ वेरी गुड स्कूल्स ऑल्सो। सो दिस शुड बी अवॉइडेड। वी हैव टू एम्फेसाइज, वी डॉक्टर्स नीड टू एम्फेसाइज कि ऐसा नहीं करना है। what is available, the children, if we are restricting it at home, they will go and eat in the school. So canteens must offer healthier food. Guidelines for labeling, already somebody has told कि अब ये जो गाइडलाइन लिख के आता है, छोटा सा प्रोटीन कार्ब ऐसे ऐसे लिखा होगा, वो हम भी नहीं पढ़ते, दिखता भी नहीं कई बार। सो ट्रैफिक लाइट कोडिंग, मोस्ट प्रोबेबली इट विल कम। सो ट्रैफिक लाइट कोडिंग आप सिंपल दिखा दो, ये रेड है, रेड है, ईट एट योर रिस्क, जैसे सिगरेट में आता है। सो एक डेफिनेट एकदम क्लियर कट होना चाहिए कि ट्रैफिक लाइट रेड है, ये आप अपना सोच के खाओ, ग्रीन है, यस यू कैन ईट फ्रीली। सो दिस ट्रैफिक लाइट कोडिंग इज रिक्वायर्ड to alert our children and alert our adolescents. Guidelines for advertisements. So we can't do about it, but advertisement have very big influence on our children and adolescents. So this is one example of front of pack label. Front पे लिखा है high saturated fat. सामने से लिख दिया कि क्या गड़बड़ है इसमें, high in sugar. ये yogurt seems very good, ये बहुत अच्छा है, कॉस्टली भी आ रहा है, बट क्या अच्छा है इसमें, हाई इन शुगर, हाई इन सैचुरेटेड फैट। सो सच टाइप ऑफ लेबलिंग may make some difference. So regarding advertisement, what we expect and what we see here. So these cold drinks, so much consumption of cold drink, these are responsible to a great extent. Then again, feeding styles, very little word. Feeding style and parenting style also makes a big difference here. So there are 4 types of parenting style, and similarly there are 4 types of feeding styles. Out of which authoritative में क्या होता है कि हम बोलते हैं बच्चा तुम्हें क्या खाना है, वो कहता है भाई हमें बर्गर खाना है। Then at the same time you have to say नहीं, आज नहीं खिलाएंगे, सैटरडे को खाना। So यहाँ क्या कर रहे हैं हम, बच्चे की चॉइस भी पूछ रहे हैं। अगर वो कुछ अच्छा बताता है तो हम उसको दे देंगे, कुछ वो खराब कह रहा है तो वी हैव टू इंटरवीन हियर। दिस इज अथॉरिटेटिव। वाइल परमिसिव में क्या है, आपको क्या खाना है, जो भी वो कहता है, पेरेंट्स आर गिविंग दिस चाइल्ड। सो दिस इज कॉमन नाउअडेज। सो दिस इज अ various studies are here which have shown that this permissive feeding style or indulgent feeding style leads to obesity. So we have to teach parenting styles also. So this was all about feeding techniques. Now physical activity, equally important and almost zero in most of the children. Why? They are so much they want to play outdoor games, but they are so much overwhelmed with their routines. They are going to school, they are coming and going to tuitions. Then they have to see their screen also. So there's limited physical activity. Parents have to go with them. they have to engage them in some or the other activities. Our yoga, breathing exercises. Now people are realizing it, and many people are incorporating. We must teach our children from now only. So all types of exercises are very good. A mixture of exercises can be taught to each child. Screen time, again there is a clear-cut guideline. The crux is limit your screen time to less than 2 hours. Less than 2 years, no screen time. As it has been shown to be linked to autism also. Obesity to baad mein aa rahi hai. Autism has become so prevalent. So no screen time for children less than 2 years. And for us, less than 2 hours. So this I have told कि सब कुछ खराब हो रहा है, ऐसा नहीं है, कुछ अच्छा भी हो रहा है. This Food Safety and Standard Authority of India has taken one step. So they have initiated this hashtag Aaj Se Thoda Kam. This was a movement. It was started on social media. अभी भी है, बहुत कम circulate हुआ है. It is started Mr. Rajkumar Rao. Even we can circulate it. We can go to this PASI website. There is a very short video. हमारा attention span भी कम हो गया है. So accordingly they have made very short video. So this is very short but very crisp video, and we can circulate it. So people are very much influenced by these celebrities. हमसे ना सुने, शायद इनसे सुन लें. So here they have emphasized तेल, चीनी, नमक, थोड़ा कम. Start with थोड़ा कम. Do not restrict. Then sugar. Our CBSE has taken very good steps. CBSE has introduced sugar boards, that every school must display sugar boards. It must be showing this much sugar is good, what is bad, which food contains bad sugar. In canteen it must be displayed. So some schools have adopted, and you may also emphasize them to adopt it. Then oil board, very recently it has been introduced also. Then PM Modi has also urged our families that every family should cut 10% of oil. So we need such type of ideals. The people with big stature, if they start talking about this, it makes a lot of difference. Then some good thing in Times of India, I see every weekly. There's a very good column on health only. Recently I found this article on all those food items which have very high content of salt. So all these are positive steps people are realizing, and we can contribute also towards achieving this. Just 2 slides. This is a recently conducted study by us on 38 obese participants 5 to 12 years old. Although our primary objective was to see the correlation between BMI and body impedance analysis parameters. मतलब हम जो BMI यूज़ कर रहे हैं, क्या ये sufficient है किसी बच्चे को obese बोलने के लिए, या waist circumference अच्छा है, या waist to height ratio अच्छा है. यही देखने के लिए हमने ये study किया. And we have found that this waist to height ratio, जिसको लेना बहुत आसान है, you don't need any weighing machine. एक measuring tape चाहिए, waist circumference ले लो, height ले लो, and take the ratio. It is more than 0.5. It has very good correlation with percentage body fat as well as visceral body fat. So we should spread this also. घर में लोग भी ले सकते हैं to know whether the child is obese or not. Then this is the impact of obesity in our children. ALT was elevated in 84%. HDL was abnormal in 68%. Triglycerides in more than 50%. And almost 50 to 60% had fatty liver. These were children who did not come to us for obesity. They came to us for other problem. They did not even realize, parents did not even notice that the child has obesity. We came to know this after all our measurements. And this is the impact, and this is the situation in those who don't think that they are obese. So obesity is way above what we think, and we have to make difference as doctors, spread the awareness. So take home message is early childhood is golden window for establishing healthy eating habits. Encourage fresh, home cooked, diverse meals. Our traditional meals. हमारी उपड़ी में ये बोलती हूँ, आपकी दादी से पूछो वो क्या खाती थी, बस वैसे ही खाना है. सुबह उठ के क्या खाते थे, खाने में क्या वो चिप्स खाती थी. So adopt what our grandparents, our parents were eating. So children are the world's most valuable resource and its best hope for the future. So please take care of their health. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your such valuable expertise on nutrition and inspiring us with your guidance. Ma'am, can you please wait?
Thank you, Dr. Aradhana. It was a very nice, very simple, very interesting session. Definitely, even my plate for the day, मैंने भी सीखा. अब fruits लेना है. हमारे सारे students हैं, तो they should learn. Then even the junks का मतलब the traffic light जो आपने बोला वो तो बच्चों के लिए बहुत ही अच्छा है. It was very interesting from my side. I actually enjoyed the session. It was very simple and interesting. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Over to Dr. Abhishek.
Thank you, Aradhana ma'am, for such a beautiful talk, very elaborative. You have covered almost all the parts which need to be covered. But at the same time, because this is a platform for discussion, because our students are also there, I would like to highlight some important points and add a few points. Because ma'am has elaborated from the lens of pediatrics, but if we look at from the lens of public health and community medicine, there are certain points we need to keep in mind. Number one, the burden of the problem. As ma'am rightly said, if we look at the data, the report of NFHS 5, it says the burden of under 5 overweight is almost of the tune of 3.4%. And if you look at the data of NFHS 4, it was 2.1%. So, how much is the jump? It is the jump of 60%. It is not a small jump, 60%. And if you translate these in numbers, this is a very, very big number. Number one, the take-home message, we are fighting with a very big enemy. Then, what makes it more important? Because in childhood obesity, there is a risk of early onset metabolic risk. What we are looking for? Reducing the metabolic risk. But when it comes to childhood, we are giving a platform at early onset of especially pre-diabetics, dyslipidemia, and hypertension. So we are giving a chance for these diseases in setting them at very early stage. If we look at certain updates, as ma'am has said, Government of India has tried to strengthen the legal framework. In the schools, the rule has been set that with a distance of 200 meters, there should not be selling out of the junk foods. But there is a catch. What is that 200 meters? That 200 meters is an aerial distance. Aerial distance means a maximum distance. But what people has done, they have made a circular road. So the aerial distance of 2 meters has been succumbed into few meters. Though the distance is 200 meters, that should be the aerial distance, but that has come to hardly 30 or 40 meters. So that has again entry of junk food in the premises of the school only. So that is the catch. We need to take care of these legal holes. Apart from that, there are certain things. Recently, Government of India has allowed mixing of palm oil in the cooking oil. That has been legalized. Again, this is a very, very grim picture. Probably there must be some reasons with revenue generation, but mixing of palm oil is allowed with the edible oil. Again, it is not a very good step. Then, many a times, we all eat ice creams in the evening. So there are two words. One is ice cream and one is frozen dessert. So many of the companies, I would not take the name of these companies, but if you carefully look at the packet of that ice cream or the cone of ice cream, many a times it is written frozen dessert in spite of ice cream. So many of us really do not know whether what we are eating is an ice cream or something else. It is something else, not the ice cream, and that product is not made up of milk actually. So this is a small point every day we encounter. Another point, as we all know that these junk foods are very much palatable, बड़े टेस्टी लगते हैं खाने में. हम जो खाना बनाते हैं घर में वो इतना टेस्टी क्यों नहीं होता? क्योंकि बच्चे टेस्ट की तरफ जाते हैं. तो हमें दिमाग में रखना पड़ेगा कि ये टेस्ट उस जंक फूड में आता क्यों है. इसके दो बड़े फैक्टर हैं. नंबर 1, वेरी हाई अमाउंट ऑफ सॉल्ट, एंड नंबर 2, वेरी हाई अमाउंट ऑफ फैट. अब हमारे जो प्रधानमंत्री जी हैं उन्होंने बोला कि हमें जो ऑयल है इसमें 10% का कट करना है. तो हमें यहाँ ये समझना पड़ेगा कि ये जो ऑयल है हमारा, कि इसमें से कौन से पार्ट को हमें कट डाउन करना है. जब हमारे पास एक पेशेंट आता है, मैम ने एक बड़ा ब्यूटीफुल एग्जांपल दिया था कि अगर हम बच्चे को ये बोलेंगे कि आज से आप चॉकलेट नहीं खाएंगे, पिज़्ज़ा नहीं खाएंगे, तो वो क्या करेंगे? मम्मा बदलने की बात करेंगे. बोले मम्मा की बात नहीं सुननी है. लेकिन हमें एक सॉल्यूशन पे हमें आना है, एक बीच का रास्ता निकालना है. तो वो बीच का रास्ता क्या हो सकता है? तो हमें यहाँ ये समझना पड़ेगा, जैसे हम रेस्पिरेटरी मेडिसिन में कहते हैं ना, एक 60, 65, 70 साल का एक बाबा जी हमारे पास आते हैं, उनको रेस्पिरेटरी प्रॉब्लम है, प्रोबेबली COPD की बात है. तो हम उनसे कहते हैं कि बाबा जी बीड़ी छोड़ दो. बाबा से पूछते हैं आप कितने साल से पी रहे हैं? वो कहते हैं बेटा 40 साल से पी रहा हूँ, जितनी तुम्हारी उम्र है उतने साल से बीड़ी पी रहा हूँ. तो अगर मैं उनसे ये बोलूँगा बाबा बीड़ी छोड़ दो, वो शायद वो बीड़ी नहीं छोड़ेंगे, वो डॉक्टर छोड़ देंगे. बोला मैं दूसरे डॉक्टर को दिखा लूँगा. सिमिलरली इन द सेम लाइन्स, when we have to cut down the fat, we must know what kind of fat we need to cut down from the angle of community medicine and public health. बहुत सिंपल वर्ड्स में आपको समझाता हूँ कि ये जो पैलेटेबल फूड्स हैं, ये पैलेटेबल कैसे बनते हैं. अगर आप इनकी कुकिंग प्रैक्टिसेस में जाएंगे तो पता लगेगा ये जो फूड उन्होंने बनाया है, वेदर दिस इज पिज़्ज़ा और व्हाटएवर जंक फूड जो आप और हम खाते हैं, ये बहुत हाई टेम्परेचर पे इसको कुक करते हैं. 140, 150, 160 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड. हम घर में जो कुकिंग करते हैं वो ऑलमोस्ट 100 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड पे होता है. तो डिफरेंस क्या होता है? डिफरेंस होता है सैचुरेटेड फैट का. उतने हाई डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड के ऊपर टेस्ट तो आता है फूड में, पैलेटेबिलिटी बहुत अच्छी इंक्रीज होती है, लेकिन एन एलिमेंट ऑफ सैचुरेशन एड्स, उसके अंदर सैचुरेशन आ जाता है जो बहुत खतरनाक है. और दूसरा पॉइंट, रिपीटेड हीटिंग ऑफ द ऑयल. ये दो हमारे इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट्स हैं जो हमारे फैट को खराब करते हैं. तो हमें कौन सा फैट हटाना है ये हमें समझना पड़ेगा अपनी इस अंडरस्टैंडिंग से. नंबर 2, कुछ हम हटा रहे हैं तो हमें इसको रिप्लेस भी करना पड़ेगा. तो कौन सा फैट अच्छा है, किसको हमें ऐड करना है और किसको हटाना है. तो जो हम रिपीटेड हीटिंग नहीं करते, एनी ऑयल और एनी फैट विच कम्स टू एन हायर टेम्परेचर, आप ये समझो कि उसमें सैचुरेशन आ जाता है और वो फैट खराब हो जाता है. दैट मीन्स अगर हम रोटी के ऊपर घी रख रहे हैं, दैट मीन्स वो घी सैचुरेटेड नहीं है. और अगर उसी घी में हम ऑयल को बॉयल करके अगर उसकी पूड़ी या पराठा बना देंगे तो क्या होने वाला है? उसी ऑयल की प्रॉपर्टी चेंज होने वाली है और वो किस में कन्वर्ट होने वाला है? सैचुरेशन की तरफ जाने वाला है. तो ये सिंपल पॉइंट्स हैं जो हम फैमिलीज में बता सकते हैं, कम्युनिटीज को अवेयर कर सकते हैं और खुद भी अवेयर हो सकते हैं. एंड एट द एंड मैम ने कुछ पॉइंट्स बोले थे, हमें जनरेट करना पड़ेगा नीड, हमें ज़रूरत है या नहीं है. दुनिया में बहुत सारे देश ऐसे हैं जहां पर जो पैकेज्ड फूड आता है उसके सामने कलर कोडिंग लगी होती है. अगर ग्रीन कलर है तो वो न्यूट्रिशनली गुड फूड है, अगर उसके सामने रेड लगा हुआ है तो न्यूट्रिशनली बैड फूड है. वेरी सिंपल मेजर. जिनको डॉक्टरी का, जिन्होंने पढ़ाई नहीं करी है, उनके लिए भी बड़ा आसान है कि सामने जो फूड है उस पर ग्रीन कलर है या रेड कलर है. कलर कोडिंग है. Similarly, we need to have a felt need in the community and ourselves. हमारे अंदर जब तक ये चीज़ नहीं आएगी, ये लीगल सिस्टम में एंट्री नहीं होगी. और साथ में फ्रंट ऑफ लेवल पैकेजिंग. क्या होता है कि जो हम चिप्स खा रहे होते हैं, जो भी हम पैकेज्ड फूड खा रहे होते हैं, उसके बैक साइड पे लिखा होता है, फ्रंट पे नहीं लिखा होता, बैक साइड पे होता है, और वो इतने छोटे छोटे अक्षरों में लिखा होता है और वो हम नहीं पढ़ पाते, नहीं समझ पाते. सो एट दिस मोमेंट वी नीड टू डेवलप अ नीड फॉर हैविंग दीज लीगल फ्रेमवर्क्स in our practice. Thank you very much.
I request Dr. Anshu ma'am to take up any queries from audience and the online participants.
So as we all know that we have online participants also, so we have a query from them. Ma'am, Dr. Gautam wants to ask, you have given one example of 11-year-old boy with 52 kg weight. He wants to ask what are the other symptoms that the child can present with? The one new example you have given.
So basically we are talking about the complications of obesity. So complications of obesity again कुछ तो हमें जो लैब से पता चलते हैं, कुछ जो हमें लैब के बिना भी पता चलते हैं, जैसे उसको जॉइंट पेन्स होंगे, स्लिप्ड कैपिटल फीमोरल एपिफिसिस होती है जिसमें हिप पेन, नी पेन हो सकता है, एंकल के फ्रैक्चर्स मोर कॉमन होते हैं ओबेसिटी में. देन स्लीप की प्रॉब्लम, स्नोरिंग, ऑब्स्ट्रक्टिव स्लीप एपनिया होता है, रात को नींद ठीक से नहीं आएगी, स्नोरिंग होगी रात में, और दिन में बच्चा स्लीपी रहता है. डायबिटीज़ होगा तो क्या होगा, पॉलीयूरिया, बार बार पानी मांगेगा, जल्दी जल्दी यूरिन पास करेगा, ज़्यादा फूड खाएगा. हाइपरटेंशन, वो हमें लिपिड प्रोफाइल जो मैंने बताया भी था, दे वर डीरेंज्ड. सो दीज आर सम कॉमन प्रॉब्लम्स. बहुत ज़्यादा फ्रैंक प्रॉब्लम्स बाद में अपीयर होती हैं. दैट्स वाई वी हैव टू बी विजिलेंट. दैट्स वाई वी रिलाई मोर ऑन एंथ्रोपोमेट्रिक पैरामीटर्स. वी हैव टू स्क्रीन द चिल्ड्रन फॉर ओबेसिटी.
Thank you so much, ma'am. He wants to again ask, have you done a study that finds the correlation between height and weight ratio with the visceral body fat?
Yes. So recently, which the study I have talked about, where height, this waist circumference to height ratio we have taken, and it had shown very good, more than 0.5. The R was more than 0.5, very good correlation with total percentage body fat as well as visceral body fat. Waist circumference alone is very much good. It is good enough to show the correlation between visceral body fat. किसी का waist circumference, बट इसके क्या होते हैं, कट ऑफ्स होते हैं. अगर आप वेस्ट सर्कमफ्रेंस ले रहे हो तो दिस इज़ नॉट एन एज इंडिपेंडेंट क्राइटेरिया. इसके आपके कर्व्स बने हैं, वो अपने एज के हिसाब से चलता है. वेस्ट सर्कमफ्रेंस शुरू में बढ़ता है, बीच में कम होगा, एडोलेसेंट में फिर से बढ़ेगा. सो वी हैव टू लुक एट द कर्व्स. सो वेस्ट सर्कमफ्रेंस वेरी गुड कोरिलेशन विद विसरल बॉडी फैट. जबकि जो मैंने वेस्ट टू हाइट रेशियो बताया, दैट इज़ जस्ट इंडिपेंडेंट, एज इंडिपेंडेंट. एक सिंगल कट ऑफ है 0.5. वेट भी नहीं लेना है आपको, एंड यू विल कम टू नो कि दिस चाइल्ड इज हैविंग वेरी गुड परसेंटेज बॉडी फैट एज वेल एज विसरल बॉडी फैट.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for solving the queries. There are a few queries also related to nutrition part and something related to oils and alls that will be discussed in the later sessions also by our dietitians also. Any query from the offline participants or our students, delegates, faculty, anyone wants to ask any question?
Yes, please.
Please.
Yeah. So how can we control that appetite? So actually I have not told the pathophysiology part. If you go into pathophysiology, there is a cycle. Once a child becomes obese, there is leptin receptor, then POMC, all this you must have heard. These are the pathways which regulate our appetite. They are orexigenic and anorexigenic pathways. So once a child becomes obese, these orexigenic pathways, it becomes more prominent, and anorexic pathway, it is suppressed. So in a child who has gained weight, it is very very difficult to suppress the appetite. तभी हम कहते हैं कि अगर बच्चा कुछ मांग रहा है खाने को, आप सिंपली कह दो कि नहीं खाना है, नहीं. यू रिप्लेस द अनहेल्दी फूड विद हेल्दी फूड. जैसे आप सैलड बना के दे दो, स्प्राउट्स का सैलड बना के दे दो, So this is and in this case also, we have shown there was no reduction of BMI at all. It has increased in the last 1 year. So that's why we say prevention is better than cure. Once weight increases, it takes immense effort of the whole family to bring the weight down. So please prevent obesity. Any other query?
Any other query? Okay. So
Yes.
You want to ask, please?
Ma'am, as you mentioned that nowadays kids are have become very picky eaters. So all of us have kids, most of us have. So how do we prevent it from our side? How can we prevent it? Maybe from initially when we have started weaning, or what are your suggestions on that?
Weaning again, I think till the child is 2 to 3 years old, the child is very well under our control. So 3 years तक तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आती है. वी एंड मोस्ट ऑफ अस गिव हेल्दी फूड ऑल्सो, है ना. खिचड़ी दे देते हैं, दलिया दे देते हैं, फ्रूट्स भी देते हैं, फ्रूट प्यूरी भी देते हैं. हाँ, कुछ लोग नहीं जानते हैं तो वो फ्रूट जूसेस वगैरह भी देते हैं. आफ्टर दैट व्हेन द चिल्ड्रन स्टार्ट लुकिंग एट द एडवर्टीजमेंट, दे स्टार्ट लुकिंग एट देयर पीयर्स, then they demand for those junks. Then we have to take efforts. We have to teach. These are small examples. जैसे हमें कुछ लेके बताना है कि आप अनहेल्दी फूड खाओगे तो फ्यूचर में ऐसे हो जाओगे, तो थोड़ा सा थ्रेटन करना है, थोड़ा समझाना है. सो दिस इज़ आवर जॉब. एक बार वो खाने लग जाएं फिर आप बोलोगे कि अब मत खाओ, तो दिस इज़ वेरी वेरी इम्पॉसिबल. यही मैंने बताया था, हमारे ओपीडी में आते हैं, दे टेल अस कि आप इसको डांट दो कि ये ना खाए. सो दिस इज़ वेरी, हम कैसे डांट दें? वाई शुड वी? सो वी हैव टू टीच पेरेंट्स कि ये आपका काम है और आपको ही करना है.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
I request Dean ma'am and Dr. Abhishek sir to kindly felicitate Dr. Aradhana ma'am. I request Dr. Shalini ma'am and Dr. Supriya Gupta ma'am to kindly felicitate Dean ma'am and Abhishek sir.
We will now take a short break before we continue with the next segment of our conference. I request all the faculty members and delegates to move towards 5th floor MU room.
All my dear students and offline delegates, your plate for the day is waiting for you in MU room on this very floor. Please join, and all the students, please proceed towards the 2nd floor. And for online delegates, it is requested that they also have their balanced plate for the day and get back to us, join us by 2 p.m. sharp. Oh, sorry, 2:30. 2:25, it will be great, but by 2:30, we will start our next session with dietitians.
Learn from our esteemed guest speakers. May I now invite Dr. Mayuri Rastogi ma'am. She is Assistant Professor in School of Allied Health Sciences, Sharda University, and a renowned dietitian. She is a member of Nutrition Society of India and has a vast clinical experience from hospitals like Apollo and Max. She has various publications on her name. We welcome you, ma'am.
Just give us a minute.
I request Dr. Supriya Gupta ma'am and Dr. Harun sir to kindly chair the session and be seated on stage.
A very good afternoon to everyone. I'm seeing everyone sleepy after having a delicious lunch. So I don't take much of your time, and I definitely try to make the session more and more of the interesting. If you start getting bored, you let me know so that I can definitely try to do the changes. Okay? So I really feel honored to be here with you all on the occasion of this National Nutrition Month. And this month is all about learning small food habits, food choices, which keep us healthy and prevent diseases further on. So in the today's session, I'm looking forward to share some knowledge, some useful tips with you all. And as you all are aware that there are many diets to choose. There are many diets available in the market, available in the internet to choose from. And often people are seen to switch from one diet to another after a period of time. Like they follow one diet for a month or 2 months, and they start feeling that, no, this diet is not working at all. So they switch to another diet. And then for the 2 months and the 3 months, they again switch to the another diet. So today we will talk about how to decide which diet is truly helpful and truly best for us. So why this diet matters? Actually, why the healthy diet actually matters. So as we all are aware, as the MBBS students, you all are aware that more and more people are getting health issues, more and more people are getting obesity, metabolic diseases, metabolic syndrome, lifestyle diseases. And definitely diet plays a very important role, a very biggest role in preventing or in controlling such kind of lifestyle disorders. So whatever the food we eat, it actually controls our hormones, it actually controls the energy liberation, energy production, and also make us healthy in the future as well. So today many people follow special type of diets, not just not for the weight loss, but also for the lifestyle choices. So first of all, we will talk about the keto diet. So in the keto diet is the kind of, and I think everyone must be aware of about the keto diet. And the keto diet is something that is low in carbohydrate, high in fats, and actually it shifts the body fuel capacity or body energy production from the glucose to the ketosis, to the fats. So it is very popular for the weight loss. It is very popular nowadays for the diabetes management and improving the metabolic health as well. So generally in the keto diet, we give the 75% of the carbohydrate, 20% proteins, and generally 5 to 10% only it is given from the carbohydrates. So there are many types of keto diets, which is, but among all, the one very popular, which is the standard ketogenic diet. And in the standard ketogenic diet, almost 70 to 75% is fat, and the 20% is proteins, and 5 to 10% is only the carbohydrate. But if the person is athlete, person is actively engaged in athletic exercises or the physical activity, we need to incorporate 20 to 30 grams of extra carbohydrates at a time of workout. That we call the targeted ketogenic diet. So third type of diet is the cyclic ketogenic diet, in which for 5 days the patient or the people are on the keto diet, and for the 2 days they take the normal carbohydrate rich diets. Other type of diet where the protein requirements are high and the person is required to gain the muscles, at that point of time we give the 60% of fats and the 35% of the protein. In such type of diet we increase the protein and reduces the fats, keeping the carbohydrates quantity same. So if you see the metabolic pathway of the ketogenic diet, it actually works by shifting using the glucose to fats. Whenever we reduce eating the carbohydrates, the glycogen stores starts reducing, insulin productions are reduced, and the fat will be utilized for the energy production. So whenever the fats are utilized for energy production, it leads to the ketone production, and the body uses that ketones for the energy production. There are some health benefits also other than the weight loss. So if we talk about the other health benefits, it definitely controls the blood sugar levels, it controls the metabolic syndrome, it controls the diabetes by reducing the insulin sensitivity and by reducing the insulin production and the glucose uptake. Also, the ketogenic diet was first introduced to treat the epilepsy. It was used to treat the neurological disorders. So in the neurological disorders also, the ketogenic diet was seen beneficial. And also it was seen in many patients to reduce the inflammatory markers as well. If you see some suggested keto recipes, so definitely if the person starts enjoying the ketogenic diet, because since it is the high in fat, the diet contains, the menu contains lots of fats, lots of cheese, so definitely everyone starts relishing the diet once the people are on the ketogenic diet. But there are definitely some of the recipes, like healthy recipes like cheese loaded cauliflower, low carbohydrate sesame chicken, almond flour chapatis, cauliflower poha, tandoori gobi, etc. These all things can be taken in the ketogenic diet. But make sure whenever the people are following that ketogenic diet, B complex, niacin, thymine, riboflavin requirements must be fulfilled either by taking the green leafy vegetables or by taking the supplements, because all the like carbohydrate rich foods, wheats, millets, whatever we are avoiding, they are not only the source of carbohydrates, but also they are the source of micronutrients. So such kind of micronutrients must be compensated from the most of the salads and the fruits and vegetables. So definitely if the people are following the ketogenic diet, there are some side effects also. So the side effects the people feel, we call it the keto flu. And initially when the carbohydrate is cut down, patients or the people start feeling the fatigue, dizziness, irritability, electrolyte imbalance, and generally these kind of symptoms are subsidized, are reduced within 1 or 2 weeks. So if we see the tips, some healthy tips for successful ketogenic diet, so once we need to monitor, it is very important to monitor the carbohydrates. We need to do the strict monitoring of the carbohydrates, and carbohydrate generally must be restricted between the 20 to 30 grams. We need to hydrate, people need to hydrate themselves between the meals, and also more of the vegetables, more of the micronutrient requirements must be fulfilled by the people. Professional guidance definitely is required, because we can plan what the foods needs to be included, how the preparation must be, and when to take the foods. So the question is the keto diet good for health? Yes, it is good, because it improves the metabolic effects, it improves the metabolic cycle of the people, it improves the neurological effect, it improves the weight loss. But yes, it is not healthy, it is not advisable when the people are already suffering from any kind of micronutrient deficiencies, people are feeling excessive side effects like keto flu, people already suffering from cardiovascular disease, or cardiovascular risk because of the high fat intake, and definitely it is not very sustainable and it is not suitable to all. So this was all about the ketogenic diet. Next, let's move on to the 𝐂𝐨𝐽 diet. 𝐂𝐨𝐽 diet is the 1 meal a day. 𝐂𝐨𝐽 is 1 meal a day for health and weight loss. So this 1 meal a day is a kind of intermittent fasting. It is a kind of intermittent fasting when the person eats all the calories in just 1 meal. People take the fast, they will keep on fast for 22 to 23 hours and just take 1 meal in the whole day. So make sure that people take all the requisite calories, all the requisite proteins, fats, and micronutrients in just 1 meal diet. So it is a single meal focus, it is a single meal and 0 calorie hydration. So between the 23 hours, people are advisable only to take the 0 calorie like black coffee, water, unsweetened teas, coconut water, all these things are advisable. So the 𝐂𝐨𝐽 diet also works on the utilization of fat for the energy production and the insulin reduction. Whenever the people take only 1 meal a day, between 6 to 7 hours, after the 6 to 7 hours, 8 hours, fats will be utilized for the energy production. And also it improves the insulin sensitivity by shifting the glucose utilization to fat oxidation, and also it enhances the autophagy, which improves the cellular repair. The key benefits of the 𝐂𝐨𝐽 diet or the 1 meal a day diet is, it is definitely, when the people start taking just 1 meal a day, it is definitely helpful in the weight loss. It helps in improving the insulin sensitivity. It is very simple. People don't need to think about what to eat next. They have only one choice in the whole day. It is very simple diet. And it also enhances the mental clarity. Yes, there are some disadvantages also, because whenever the people take only 1 meal a day, a diet, definitely the people starts feeling hungry, dizziness, fatigue, weakness, irritability because of the poor carbohydrate consumption. Muscle loss definitely is there because of the low carbohydrate intake. Muscle loss will be there, low protein intake, muscle loss will be there, and the poor food choices. Definitely the people, when they are allowed to eat just 1 meal a day, it will left them by eating the unhealthy food choices, choosing the unhealthy food choices. Definitely it is not for everyone. The pregnant ladies, lactating women, individual with diabetes, on especially the insulin, or the people who have the eating disorders, it is not advisable, and it is being seen that it has the sustainable issues as well. It has been seen in the past that almost 60 to 65% takes the dropouts while following such kind of diet. So if we see the suggested recipes, definitely it is advisable to take some nutrient-rich foods when we are allowed to take at 1 meal a day. All the calories, all the fats must be taken in just 1 day. So it is always advisable to choose the healthy food items, which is the good combination of all 5 food groups. So grilled salmon bowl with the lots of vegetables, chicken vegetable stir fry, and kind of Mediterranean salads with some paneer and dal and fruits can be taken. So if we visualize the 𝐂𝐨𝐽 diet graph, you can see as soon as the insulin levels starts decreasing, the fat oxidation will be increased. If we conclude the 𝐂𝐨𝐽 diet, definitely it is good for the weight loss, for the fat loss. It is good for insulin sensitivity. It is good for eating routine. It simplifies the eating routines. But always the patients are hungry. Patient have the fatigue. Patient have the nutrient gaps, because it is not possible to take all the nutrients in just 1 meal. So generally the patient have the risk of the nutrient gaps, and it has a sustainability issues. Long-term sustainability is not achievable. So the next points are we should start, whenever we are planning for the omit diet, we should start it with gradually. Also, we should prioritize the nutrient density and always must be done under the supervision. Next type of diet is the 𝐷𝐿 diet. 𝐷𝐿 diet is like considered as the scientific approach for the weight loss and diabetes management, and it was first introduced by the Jagannath Dikshit for controlling the diabetes. In such type of diet, only the 2 meals are allowed for a day, and it must be in the 8 hours of intervals. Again, this diet is also based on shifting the glucose utilization to the fat oxidation, and glucose depletion, glycogen depletion happens, and fat oxidation leads to the ketone body's production and causes the fat burning. There are some advantages and disadvantages also from this 𝐷𝐿 diet. So it has the proven result. Yes, it has the proven result. Definitely the people eat two meals a day that we used to do during the fasting in ancient time. So weight loss, diabetes control is observed, but it is not advisable to take it during the insulin. It is very simple. People can follow this type of diet without emphasizing or without pressurizing in the mind what to eat next, and it definitely improves the health. There are some disadvantages. Again, it is difficult for some due to the hunger. They feel hungry, they feel dizziness. Medical supervision is required because insulin dependent diabetes is, during the insulin dependent diabetes, it is not allowed. It has the potential of sometimes the people are hypoglycemic, and sometimes the patient become the hypoglycemic. So there may be a insulin shift, there may be a chances of the glucose spike or below normal the glucose levels in the 𝐷𝐿 diet. So if we see some of the healthy recipes, so definitely the people need to take the healthy choices, choose from the healthy food items like cauliflower rice or normal North Indian meals can be taken. Avocado toast or paneer sandwiches can also be taken, or the paneer salad, chicken salad with lots of vegetables can be taken as the options. Along with taking the 𝐷𝐿 diet, exercise is always mandatory. Stay hydrated, exercising regularly, practice mindful, it is very important. Next type of diet that we will discuss about the intermittent fasting, which is very popular and considered as the most sustainable diet and best, that gives the best results. So in the intermittent fasting, this diet can also be linked with the ancestral roots, like the lack of constant availability of food. Generally, it is eaten either the 16/8, like 8 hours is the eating window, 16 hours is the fasting window, or 5:2 weekly, like 5 days is the fasting and 2 days is the eating. We need to focus on when we are eating and what we are eating in the intermittent fasting. So if we see again the metabolic pathway of this intermittent fasting, it is again works on the glucose depletion and the metabolic switch from the glucose to fat oxidation. Ketone body's production happens and leads to the cellular repair and improve insulin sensitivity. Benefits of the intermittent diet is definitely it is helpful in reducing the weight and fat reduction. Blood pressure, it reduces the blood pressure, it reduces the blood glucose levels, it reduces the chronic inflammation and oxidative stress. It have a chances of more sustainable because just 16 hours can be passed by the overnight fasting, 12-13 hours of overnight fasting, and just 4-5 hours have left which can be easily be followed. The metabolic markers or metabolic diseases is being seen to be improved by following this intermittent fasting. So generally in intermittent fasting, just one diet needs to be skipped and all 3 diets are given. Some disadvantages of this intermittent fasting is it is not suitable for everyone. People with pregnancy, lactation, or individual with eating disorder, certain medical condition, cardiovascular diseases, it is not recommended to such kind of condition. Initially, when the people are on the intermittent fasting, although there are the chances are low, but some people start feeling headache and dizziness, and sometimes the constipation as well. Overeating definitely is a risk, because once there is only the 8 hours or 7 hours of open eating window, people end up by eating the more of the junk food and unhealthy food choices. And some recent researches have seen that due to the short eating window, it leads to the cardiovascular risk. If you see the suggested recipes for the intermittent fasting, generally a normal lunch, normal dinner is being given. Just one meal is skipped, that we can say it is if the people are taking the fasting for overnight, just one meal, that is a breakfast, needs to be skipped. But it is more important to whatever the open window, eating window, the food choices must be adequately and willingly. So if we conclude it with the intermittent fasting, so it is the flexible approach. People can choose the fasting window and eating window as per their convenience. People can sometimes, initially the people start taking the 14 to 10 hours, 14 hours for fasting, 10 hours for eating. Then gradually they increase it to the 16 to 8 window, 8 hours of window, and then they increase it to the 18 to 6 hours of eating window. So it depending on the patient or the people tolerance, how much time they can keep on fasting. It has the success, it has the effectiveness in the lifestyle, health status, sustainable eating habits, and if it is done correctly, it has the promising results without compromising the micronutrient intake. So if we compare all 4 types of diet, the one common thing in all 4 types of diet is they all are based on the ketosis. They all use the fats and all reduces the carbohydrates and all reduces the fat, all utilizes the fats for the energy production. So one thing is common, they all are based on the ketones, but some people are not able to tolerate the ketones, and whenever the ketones are increased into the body, they start feeling the dizziness, they start feeling the headache, and sometimes they start feeling the unconsciousness as well. So if the people are facing such kind of issues, this diet is not advisable at all to them. Therefore, we need to check how the body is supporting specific to our specific diet and how sustainable it is. Then only we need to choose the best diet, and also we need to check the resources, what food items are surrounding us, what food items are available around us. All needs to be checked. Then we need to we need to start the specific type of diet. Otherwise, the best diet is the balanced diet, normal diet, balanced diet. Take it in a small intervals. So whenever we choose the right diet, we need to focus on the goals. What is our goal? Whether it is the weight control, or it is the diabetes, or it is the fitness, or it is the controlling the PCOD, thyroid problem. What is our goal? So diet is specific, diet is all about the individualized. One diet can be helpful, one diet can be tolerated by one people, but same diet cannot be tolerated by other. Also, before starting any kind of diet, we need to check how sustainable it is, for how long we can follow it. Whether we are in any kind of medical conditions, or always we need to consult the doctors, we need to consult the professionals before starting any kind of diet. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, ma'am, for such an informative and insightful session. I request Dr. Anshu, ma'am, to take up any queries from the audience.
So we have a list of queries again. Okay. So Dr. Tanuja wants to ask, if color coding consideration is there, then why the product owner will put it as a bag? I don't know for which session he or she must be asking. This is the question only she has put. I think she must be asking regarding the color coding that has been taught by Dr. Aradhana. I think so. So if the query hasn't been resolved yet now, so we'll try to mail the query to that person later on, considering it from the answer from Dr. Aradhana. So the next question for you is from Dr. Mamta. What is IF diet?
It is the intermittent fasting.
She must be asking. So I hope the queries are resolved for the online participants. Any query from the audience? From the students? Yes, please. Dr. Sachin.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, it was a nice session. Ma'am, I just need to ask, in an OMAD diet, which is the best time to take the one meal?
In the 𝐂𝐸 diet, you can choose any of the time as per your convenience, but it is always advisable to take in the morning hours so that it will help you to provide the energy throughout the day. But if you are taking it in the night and you are just going to the sleep, it definitely you are not utilizing the energy at the time of sleep. So it is always advisable to take in the morning, but if your schedule is at a time of energy requirement actually. So 𝐂𝐸 diet can be taken in the morning hours.
Ma'am, in conditions like PCOD, is it recommended?
No, it is never recommended in case of the PCOD and all, because in the PCOD the high protein diet is required, and it is seen in the patients as well. The small interval meals is more helpful in the PCOD rather than the 𝐂𝐸 diet. But in the PCOD, this intermittent fasting is also helpful.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Any more queries from the audience? Students? The queries that you asked during our tutorial session can be discussed here. Yes, anyone? Any intern, any postgraduate student? We are happy to resolve your queries here.
I have a query.
Please, ma'am.
I know you don't like salads.
It's like air fryers are become very fashionable now, and at the same time it's said that the higher the temperatures, the higher becomes the carcinogenicity. Right, like deep frying is to avoid it. Now, do we use to avoid the oil or not?
Lots of researches is being done on the uses of air fryer and microwave, and it is seen that if we are using the temperature below 200 or 220, it is fine. It is fine. It is not it is not destructing. It is not destroying any kind of nutrients. So you can use the air fryer below 200 or 220 degrees Celsius, not more than that.
Okay, one more query from the online participants there. These 4 diets have been discussed just now. Can they be followed for a longer duration or only for shorter period of time?
Definitely it is for the shorter period of time. 𝐂𝐸 diet is just, if I talk very practically, 𝐂𝐸 diet is just for the shorter period of time when the people needs to achieve the weight. But yes, in the 𝐂𝐸 diet, people tend to lose the weight from the muscle mass, not the fat mass initially. So it is more important to hydrate themselves, take the protein, whatever is requirement, 20 gram, 30 gram, whatever the protein requirement is there, needs to be taken properly. But yes, intermittent fasting can be followed for a longer period of time, but the keto diet and this 𝐂𝐸 diet, Dixit diet cannot be followed for a longer period of time, at least more than after the 2 months. उसके बाद तो बिल्कुल नहीं मतलब sustainable होते हैं. And in the keto diet, since fat intake is very high, so it is very important to do the regular physical activity.
Dr. Mayuri, one thing more. What's about this Ozempic thing?
Ozempic?
That injections which are being given for quick weight loss.
We do not recommend it. We do not recommend it because it is not helpful, neither sustainable. Whatever the weight was lost, it again put on. It comes back.
Over to you, ma'am. Answer.
Well, thank you, Dr. Mayuri. You really gave
gave a very nice, comprehensive talk.
Thank you.
But I feel a little sad that there is such a lot of noise about intermittent fasting and your keto diets, which are basically Western concepts, and they have become popular. But even in your last slide, you've shown that Dikshit diet ka zyada evidence nahi hai. But why do you think that is so? Because obesity is very much a problem in India also.
See, obesity, yes, it is a very much problem in India, but just sustainable results आते हैं. Whatever we have seen in our patients.
आप कह रहे हो ना रिसर्च ही बहुत कम हुई है दीक्षित डाइट पे.
Research बहुत कम हुई हैं, but it is not very, in the diabetes also it has been seen that diabetes is more controllable when we give the food in small intervals, and better it is in the controlled amount. So it is more, we generally recommend to take the balanced diet in the small intervals meal diet, and the diabetes is also more controllable in the intermittent fasting as well. So IF diet is good. IF diet is, in all 4 diets, IF diet is more appropriate, more sustainable, and give better results.
There's a lot of research which is coming now, which is saying it's got a high cardiovascular risk.
Intermittent fasting नहीं करती है, keto diet करती है.
Intermittent के भी आ रहे हैं articles.
Intermittent के कम हैं, पर अब करते तो मैम कोई भी कर सकता है वो तो. But intermittent में, if we are taking the intermittent fasting under the supervision, and all 3 meals are monitored properly, it helps in reducing the weight and it helps in reducing the diabetes as well. वो better होती है.
Again, a question came from our online participants. Dr. 𝐂𝐨𝐫 𝐿 is asking, ma'am, weight will increase after OMAD diet. After continuing the normal diet, what's the benefit again for that?
Again, I told you sustainable issues. OMAD diet, Dikshit diet, they are not sustainable. Whatever the weight is lost, it is coming from initially from the muscle loss. If the people are not taking the enough proteins, the weight loss will happen from the muscles. So whatever the weight is lost from the muscles, it will again put on the weight. And the best sustainable diet in all 4 diet is the intermittent fasting, and if the people are not following all 4, the best diet is the balanced diet. Always we put our patients firstly on the balanced diet. कोई भी केस होता है तो.
मैम, प्रेजेंटेशन काफ़ी अच्छा था, लेकिन मेरा एक सवाल है, जैसे हम रूरल कम्युनिटी से बिलोंग करते हैं, 60% या 65% पॉपुलेशन रूरल है, अगर वो लोग शुरू करना चाहें आपकी ये 4 डाइट हैं, तो उनके लिए क्या ज़रूरी है? क्योंकि हमारे पास इतने रिसोर्सेज नहीं है कि वो हर डाइटिशियन से बात कर सकें.
Rural population is already healthy. They have the issue of I think they have the issue of the kind of illicit products like cigarette, smoking, that kind of issue is there. But if we talk about the diabetes, they have the cardiovascular disease, but I don't think so obesity is very prevalent in rural areas. If it is popular, the balanced diet is fine, but intermittent fasting is also good.
तो हम उन्हें यही कहें फाइनल कि आप बैलेंस डाइट पर रहें.
बेस्ट तो बैलेंस ही डाइट रहती है सर.
Thank you.
बाकी ये डाइट्स हैं, these diets are utilized, these diets are getting more of the highlights because of the weight loss journey. Weight loss की वजह से ये सब बहुत highlights हो रही हैं.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mayuri, for solving all the list of queries.
Hello. One more query, ma'am. One more query. Ma'am, how much carbs, just a question is arising since many years in my mind. How much carbs is okay for a diabetic patient to say it's healthy for him, and fats?
For diabetes, it depends whether the patient is on the insulin or not. There are many factors for the diabetes, but generally we give approximate 55 to 60% of total calories from the carbohydrates for diabetic patients. So 300 grams of carbohydrate generally we plan, but rest depend how much the carbohydrate and how much is their blood sugar levels. After eating the carbohydrates, how much is the blood sugar levels are getting high, then accordingly we need to adjust it. But in normal conditions, if we talk about in the layman language, we give 55 to 60% of carbohydrates of the total calories.
it is approximately same as?
See, it depends on the calories. If we are giving the 1400 calories, 60% calories from the carbohydrates. If we are giving 2000 calories, 60% calories from the carbohydrates. So it depends on the total calories actually.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Zero oil cooking. The fat requirement must be fulfilled. Whatever is the fat requirement according to the body calories requirement. Generally we say that 10% to 12% fats must be taken by the human, always, because fats are not only required for energy production but also it is required for internal body functions as well. So zero fats, if you are taking the one meal of zero fats and getting all other fats, all other foods with the normal fats, you are fulfilling the fats with the other meals, it is okay. But whole day if you are taking the zero fat, it is not advisable. But like all the zero fats, it is not advisable. But the thing is, what the food you will take. All the foods have the fat except the chicken and meat, fish. All the foods have fat. If we are taking the zero oil cooking, we are getting the fats in the invisible sources. Milk have the fat, the paneer have the fat, cereals have the little fat, pulses have the little fat, everything have the little fat in the invisible form. So nothing is the zero fats. We are getting the fats in the invisible form. Are you satisfied?
I request Dr. Supriya Gupta ma'am and Dr. Haroon sir to kindly felicitate Dr. Mayuri Rastogi ma'am. I request Rachna ma'am and Harsh sir to kindly felicitate Dr. Supriya ma'am and Dr. Haroon sir.
It is our immense pleasure to welcome Dr. 𝐂𝐨𝐫 𝐌𝐨𝐫𝐿 sir, Director and former HOD of Community Medicine at Vardhaman Mahavir Medical College, Sharda Hospital. He has published more than 250 research papers and authored 32 books on public health, national program and social reforms. If I start referring to his achievements, it will take the whole evening. So we request sir to kindly take up the dice and illuminate the gathering. I request MS sir and Vikram sir to kindly chair the session and be seated on stage.
So just
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Hello. जानबूझ के कराइए लाइट बंद. Then you can sleep. Yeah, it is nothing to do with you because this is related to older person, elderly. तो जो हैं वो actively बैठे हुए सामने इधर. बाकी you can all sleep. Okay. With the permission of chair, sir, I have a small session, and I'm sorry I should have come in the morning, but due to my pre-engagement in my college, just to share what I have to talk about, because I have a special love with the department, and whole faculty is always calling whenever there is function in Sharda University. So this topic is given to me is understanding need for elderly, older person. Just to continue what the previous speaker has said about intermittent fasting and 1 meal a day, and whether it can be continued throughout. We have one example in Jain philosophy and Buddhist philosophy. We have only one time meal, and they sustain, like they live for healthy life. So it is nothing wrong. Actually, we do not require that much amount of the food which we are consuming. Unfortunately, because of that, we are having the problem of obesity. Am I right? So now the consumption of the total calorie has gone up, and there is no activity. So in rural area, the prevalence rate of the obesity is emerging very fast. And at the same time, we are converting all rural area to urban areas. So in urban areas also, we have high percentage of obesity. So because of that, it is a global problem, and in India, we are having a huge population. That is why it's a big problem. Now, you must have heard about 𝐂𝐨𝐫, that is a longitudinal aging study in India. That says 48.8% of older adult, the older person have the malnourished, they are malnutrition. So you can imagine that every second older person is having problem. And problem of both sides, both spectrum are there. One is underweight, other is overweight and obese. So half. It's not that, on one side we have more malnourished, on other side, but half, 26 and 22%, are the percentage. And it is common in rural areas and among the poorest, so this commonness in rural area is not that overweight, but overall malnutrition is common in rural areas. Overnutrition is more prevalent in urban areas and among the wealthier household. Women are more likely to become the overweight. That's again a problem. And we have a psychosocial determinants for that, and where our department play a very significant role, understanding of why the women are getting it. You can see that, this is the picture. Urban areas, we have a old, which is obese, that's a truncal obesity. Usually same we will find in most of the women also. But on other rural areas, you are finding the people, are somehow can say underweight and maybe normal. But just see the whole India, and this whole India is not in one color. We have the red color, the little pink color, and this red color and pink color is showing more abdominal obesity. And according to National Family Health Survey, recent one, and that is the indicator. As you can see that it is emerging and engulfing most of the states, except some of the states like the Rajasthan, Gujarat, and Madhya Pradesh, and Chhattisgarh, even Bihar. But you just go to Bihar, you'll find varieties of the people with different kinds of malnutrition. So the cause of malnutrition in elderly is actually physiological changes with age, and it is because of the decreased appetite. Dental issues are there. Many of them do not have the teeth, and the poor digestions and chronic diseases. So this poor appetite is because of the change in the taste and smell. So they do not like, they like, the very pungent and very strong, either the taste of the food, and that is why it does not go with, along with you. They will say कि क्या नमक नहीं डाला, मिर्च नहीं डाली, उस तरह से. They'll say इतनी तो मिर्च है. So that what all the time we are fighting with our elder. And another one is medication side effect. By the age of 60, almost, people are there who are taking at least 4 tablets. And as the age increases, the 4, 5, 6, and some of the tablets are actually decreasing the appetite. Then we have the dental issues, where the soft tissues gone, and leading to eating things which are low nutrients. Poor digestion is because of the vitamin B12 and iron, which is not there because of the gastric juice is not available. So this lead to a little problem. Chronic disease because they are diabetic. Some people are cancer or maybe suffering from pre-cancer or cancerous lesions. Hypertension is almost 50% of the total population in this age group, maybe sometime 60%. And dementia, they all interfere with the appetite and nutritional absorptions. Another important cause is the socio-economic factor like the poverty. By the age you reach to 60, you are no more earning, and then the earning decreases, so you depend on other, and particularly your children, and then the consumption of food decreases. It all the time you are seeking for good quality food, many times it is not there. Financial dependency is a big problem. So these are 2 major issues. Another is a social isolation. And when you are lonely, then you either take too much food or too less food. So both the things are there. So in case of widows and living alone, depression is there. So, you lost the interest in eating, and you don't like to prepare the meal. If the children are not with you, then this is a big problem. Then the limited awareness regarding, the caregivers do not have what kind of food need to be given. So according to their choice, they just give it, and that leads to a problem. Another one is a lifestyle and psychosocial problems, like the lack of physical activity. When you reach to 60, you start losing the activity, and because of that, your energy consumption is less, and so you don't require the food, and leading to risk of overnutrition. Reduced mobility, leading to again more problem with this. Then we have a mental health issues in this age group, which you must be knowing that we have a large number of these people suffering from depression, which is predicted to the malnutrition and poor eating habits and dietary habits also, like they are focusing more on inexpensive, high calorie and high fat diet because it's become easy and maybe I think cheap, so they just take it, leading to weight gain. Another important issue is our adulterated food. The way adulterated food can be handled by adult cannot be handled by the old person, and that is why leading to a lot of issue in them. So that lead to poisoning or maybe indigestions and other things. So and this is unfortunately rampant throughout the country. Am I right? मैं कुछ ऐसा तो नहीं बोल रहा कि it's very useless, because I can see people are either sleeping or not interested, or because it's nothing to do with us. as I told you, it is related to older person. I think everybody has one old person in your family. And if you learn a little bit today, I think you can manage that old person, which is also responsibility of yours. Then use of the colors in the food, which may be dangerous to us, and for older person is much bigger problem. The street food, again, not good for you, but also to our older people. So they also enjoy and they go and then they suffer. And the reason is the cleanliness, the raw material, the cooked food, again, a big problem. They just keep, everything in one area and leading to the temperature is also not maintained properly. Storage is not good. Water supply for cooking is also not good. And then serving and cleaning is also not good. So leading to, so you can see that with these problems, the patients are coming to you, the older people are also coming to you. So can you identify, can you find some warning sign in them? So you can see that when elderly is approaching to you, see that is there any significant weight loss or loss of appetite or interest in the food. This is the second important area of concern. And there is a long-term weakness. They are coming and saying they are weak, they are feeling weak. कब से कर रहे हो, 1 साल हो गया, 2 साल हो गया, then you should be concerned about it and find out what is the reason. Then constant tiredness and annoyance, feeling cold, that's also an indicator of something is wrong with them. So these are 5 important signs which I think everybody can ask from elderly and observe it and then see. So I think some of you might not appreciate it, but this is the physiological change. You can see that aging is linked with psychosocial, nutrition or physical activity, which is decreased, and economic, which is also decreased, leading to physiological, metabolic and molecular cellular level and immunological changes occur. And then leading to the physiologically, you can see the body composition or sense or GI tract, which I have already said. Then the decreased expenditure of the energy, physical activity decrease, insulin resistance increase, and there is a less of growth hormone. So, and then oxidations, the oxidative stress is increased, and immunosense, which is a kind of, decrease of the immunity also there, leading to lean body, dietary intake is decreased, nutritional utilization is also less, and will lead to inflammations and anxiety. So this is the physiological, changes occur in the older person, which lead to a malnutrition. Now, what are the important priority areas in elderly which need to be handled? One is a protein component. It's a very, very important one because it's important for muscle mass and repairing tissue. So the protein intake need to be increased with age. And good source is chicken, fish. Usually, in older person, they convert it into vegetarian, unfortunately. They become more vegetarian. So one has to see that where you can find more good quality food. I'm not saying that one should not become the vegetarian, but see that they have sufficient amount of the protein available in food, so their requirement is fulfilled. Another important component or food item is calcium and vitamin D. You will be surprised that almost, I think somebody might have said that we might have almost 80% of our population suffering from vitamin D. If you do the survey among you, I think 70-80% of you will be vitamin D deficiency. And it is linked with your immunity, linked with your, all kinds of production of your melanin, link your mind. So many activities changed because of this vitamin D. It's a very important, vitamin which require for, that is to be given regularly to them. Another one is B12. That's absorption decrease with age, so fortification of food required. Unfortunately, we don't have the much of food which are fortified with it. So if we can do something, or maybe continuous supply B12, or if they are taking animal products, fine, otherwise you do it. The fourth one is the fibers. Then fibers is again the vegetables and whole grain and fruits. Unfortunately, again, in our country, the fruit intake is very less. And many houses only take, maybe fruits in 1 week, one time, something like that, commonly. And you just generally go and ask. Many survey you can find that, the everyday intake of the fruit is almost just 10 to 20%. So it's a big problem. Then we have the omega fatty 3. That's found in fatty fish, and it's good for cardiovascular health and mental health. So these 6 items are very, very important. Then this older population, nutritional need, how you will fulfill. The focus should be on nutrient dense food, like the food high in nutrient but low in calories, such as the lean protein, fruit, vegetables, and whole grain. So it's good for you also. So whenever you are thinking of good food, means in your house, if any elderly is there, ensure that these things are there. Then aim for protein at each meal and snacks. Just see that, whatever you are eating, the protein is there or not. And complex carbohydrate is much better than the sugar, or maybe can say glucose, which can freely available and in the food, which should not be there. Then include healthy fatty fats like the vegetables, incorporate vegetable oils and omega-3 rich. Now here people say that vegetable oil is not good. Many times we have many debates, and we can see that previously we were saying that oil should not be given for a cardiovascular disease. Today we know it's not a problem, rather the carbohydrate is more important, and it is not to be given. Now we can see that maybe I think in another 10 years we'll find this should not be given, that should not be given. That is why I rightly said that balance is a much better word for everybody, for every time and for everything. So balance, so you just see that mix of everything is there with appropriate amount, and see that that is utilized also. So whatever you take, just see that that much is utilized, and for that you require efforts like the exercise. So at the same time, see the hydrated, and some supplements or complements required, like the vitamin D and B12s, and maybe I think other things. Public health solution for us, like all of us sitting here, we have to think in terms of how the community should be taking it. We already have the national program for the health care of the elderly, where the focus is there on nutrition also, but not that much which is there for the children, because they think that the children are the future of the country, old are just going to die, so not to give that much amount of money. That mindset should change. Everybody is important because they are also resource. And that is why the amount of the money given to the older population in terms of the action plan and program is not much. And that need to change, because the mindset should not be always thinking of development, should think in terms of the maturity and civilization, which is there in elderly. The community-based interventions, like, many NGOs are working, but self-help group can play. Every colony is already having the residential associations, and there, if you are a part of it, then initiate these discussions. We have Harsh is there, he's also living in that colony. It's a big group, and you can see that there they celebrate all the festivals, and in that festival you'll have the puri नहीं और वो हलवा नहीं, उसको चेंज करो, तो वो हम कर सकते हैं, नहीं इसमें चेंज करो, इसमें ये ऐड करो, वो करो. So that kind of intervention is required at each colony. Then it becomes the community-based intervention. Otherwise, we just have the interaction in this kind of the group and then forget. So this, education, the awareness in the community is very, very important. It's our job. We should all do it. Then early screening and assessment. As I've said, the 5 signs in the elderly, one has to see. Similarly, when the elderly is coming, just have the thorough examination, which is a part of our clinical examination. Hutchinson says, the clinical assessment of the patient is very, very important. Not just, getting all the investigation done. So you do the clinical assessment, we have the mini nutritional examination, which can be done by everybody and see that what required. Solution is dietary counseling. How many can do the dietary counseling? Raise the hand. How many can do the dietary counseling? Very surprised, nobody. You are the expert, but just imagine. So if you are not not becoming, aware of and then able to do it, I think you cannot become the good doctor. It is not the job of the nutritionist or maybe this goes along with your intervention to a patient coming to you, whether any kind of patients coming to you. वो सबसे पहले कहते हैं डॉक्टर साहब बताइए मुझे क्या खाना है क्या नहीं खाना है ना, और वहाँ कहते हो कुछ भी खाओ, नहीं कुछ भी खाओ, and that's the end of your story. You cannot be effective doctor. Say what is not to be taken and not or should be taken. That's the intervention you require from all the doctors. वो आपकी एक बात वो जो बोलेंगे ना वो करते हैं, तो उस वक्त में आप यूटिलाइज करो उसको. एंड अगर कहेंगे कि नहीं इस दूध के साथ में ये मिला के खाओ, ये टैबलेट इसके साथ खाओ, तो खाएंगे वो. तो आप उसको यूज करो. The fortification, yes, that is there, I think, which is required at the national level or maybe government level. Oral nutritional supplement are there, but how much can afford? So one has to see and have the licensing with the pharmaceutical and nutrient, companies to manufacture the, supplements which are cheap. And there the role of the Ayush come, where we have a lot of herbal, products which can be, making the marketing of these products can be done with a cheaper rate, can provide very good nutrients. They are very wonderful, things are there which are under investigation and going on. What ma'am was trying to say that, we have a Dikshit diet because, we don't do the experimentation. We don't have the randomized control trial. Unfortunately, many of our doctors do not know how to do it. And we are not conducting. That is why we don't have evidence. If it should have been in, other country, they would have done it. And because this Dikshit is a public health person in Maharashtra, so very few study you can find. So this studies are required, and then addressing the physiological issues related to swallowing and difficulty swallowing and dental issues. Enhance awareness, empowering, elderly. Empowering elderly is only one method that till time they want to work, let them work. That's the only method by which we can empower. So there I think somewhere the government has to take decision why they are labeling any person at the age of 60, आप आज से रिटायर हो गए. मतलब वो डेथ सेंटेंस है उस तरह से. अरे वो घर पे जाके रात को उसको नींद नहीं आती. मतलब जब रिटायरमेंट का डेट होती है 1 महीने पहले उसको बुखार चढ़ना शुरू होता है कि यार फिर रिटायरमेंट आ रही है, उसके बाद क्या करूँगा. जो मैनेज कर लेते हैं वो थोड़ा कर लेता है. अदरवाइज लाइक फॉर डॉक्टर इट्स ओके, बट थिंक ऑफ अदर. बेचारा वो अच्छा खासा है, उसको कहते हैं 60 पे भैया no more required. So that's not a good idea. One has to make it. Like we have many countries which are showing that, let them work. And in Japan, they work up to 90 years, keep working. and so they are active. So they live up to 100 years. So 5 clean, that is, I think, good for the food also. The check, clean, cleave, and cook and chill. Rather the clear, it should be waste management, cleanliness of the house and the food. You know, kitchen is the area where you find lot of microbes, you know. And if you cannot manage them, I think every day we are consuming lot of issues, microbes. So वो ठीक रखना है. Cockroach तो आपके हर घर में मिलेगी, cockroach. So that require really a good cleaning up of. And some of my books which have component of the elderly nutrition and elderly programs. So thank you very much. Small.
Thank you, sir. Your presence here has added immense value to this conference and motivated us to strive for excellence. I request Dr. Anshu ma'am to take up any queries from the audience.
Professor 𝐂𝐨𝐫 sir, just 1 or 2 questions from my side. First of all, it is a wonderful, very comprehensive and lucid and simple presentation. Made us much more wiser about the nutritional issues in the elderly patient. Sir, you very rightly said at certain age, many people would like to switch over to vegetarian food. In the younger age, many people like non-veg food. But after certain age, maybe 65, the age of retirement, many people like to switch over to vegetarian. What is the reason for this? Why they switch over to vegetarian food?
They become adhyatmic.
Yes, that is the reason probably.
वो उनको उनका ना ड्रीम्स में आने लगता है कि मेरी डेथ ऐसे होगी और मेरे को कैसा फील होगा. वो उसकी बिगनिंग होती है कि वो डेथ के ना ख्वाब देखने लगता है, तो फिर उसको भगवान याद आते, सारे अध्यात्म याद आते. तो वो रीज़न है कि चलो अब वैसे सब काम छोड़ छाड़ के अब भगवान को उसमें लग जाता है. तो that is also reason of some of the problems with our elderly. I can imagine. They have to remain active throughout, but they just surrender, and that is what the social pressure also expect them to, So
very right, sir,
I differ on this point.
Religion is the main reason they would like to switch to vegetarian food.
Yeah.
And one more point you said, ki deficiency vitamin D and B12, very common again. So do you think Ajay, at certain age we should routinely give to elderly people supplements?
One big study has shown that the people who are continuously taking supplement of the vitamin D and B12, they are live longer and they are much healthier.
So at what age we should start and how much?
It should start as early as possible, because I told vitamin D is almost 70%. आप इनका देख लो.
At the age of 60, sir, retirement age.
इन सब का देख लो, आपको 60-70% of them will find lower level of vitamin D.
Deficient.
और फिर इसीलिए इनको इतना थकान होती है, सो रहे परेशान है, कमर में दर्द, आधे डिप्रेशन में, उसका रीजन ही है.
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू
सर. एक क्वेश्चन और सर, एक क्लिनिकल साइड में एक ऑब्जर्वेशन होता है कि यूजुअली एल्डरली कॉन्स्टिपेटेड, मोस्ट ऑफ द पेशेंट्स अगर आप मतलब क्लिनिकल साइड में देखें तो कॉन्स्टिपेटेड भी रहते हैं और सेल्फ मेडिकेट कर रहे होते हैं या फिर अपने हर्बल और मतलब कुछ भी चल रहा होता है उनके लिए कि तो प्रॉब्ली क्या वो एक कंपोनेंट हो सकता है ओवरऑल मेल न्यूट्रिशन या सेल्फ मेडिकेशन या ओवरऑल की एपेटाइट की कमी है एज के साथ, वो तो होता है. फिजिकल एक्टिविटी का लॉस है सर, एक पार्ट तो ये. दूसरा सर, जैसे अभी देखा होगा कि अवेयरनेस तो बड़ी है, सारे एल्डरली एटलीस्ट अर्बन पॉपुलेशन में तो ऐप लेके घूम रहे हैं जिसमें स्टेप्स काउंट हो रहे हैं. तो क्या सिर्फ कार्डियो ही इनफ है एल्डरली के साथ में भी, या हमें मतलब थोड़ा सा मसल बिल्डिंग के लिए कुछ होना चाहिए? प्रोटीन डाइट है लेकिन सिर्फ उसमें वही हो रहा है कि आज के 3000 स्टेप हो गए, आज के 5000 स्टेप हो गए, सब जने वही कर रहे हैं. तो इज इट इनफ कि हम कह रहे हैं कि मसल एक्टिविटी रहे, क्योंकि वी वांट टू बी फिजिकली एक्टिव, अगर क्योंकि मसल मास तो लॉस हो ही जा रहा है और प्रोटीन और फिर कॉन्स्टिपेशन का कंपोनेंट है, क्या कॉन्स्टिपेशन एक कंट्रीब्यूशन हो सकता है सिग्निफिकेंट?
Yeah, most of the physiological changes started over a period of time. You know, your digestion, your respiration, your body के सब cells होने लगते हैं. That's a part of the our body which is remain there. And similarly, you have to see that you are replacing them properly. You are taking care of. But हम उल्टा करते हैं कि एक्टिविटी कम कर देंगे, है ना, हमारी जो फूड हैबिट्स है वो चेंज कर देंगे, मल्टीपल ड्रग्स लेना शुरू करेंगे, है ना, तो वो आपके बॉडी को और डिस्टर्ब करते हैं और फिर जो ये कॉन्स्टिपेशंस एटसेट्रा ये हैपन. So then you start taking more drugs and you depend more on drugs rather than the food and your style, lifestyle which is there. और लाइफस्टाइल आपकी अब इस्टेब्लिश हो गई तो वो चलती चली जाती है. अब जैसे हमारे ऑफिस में जाने वाले लोग हैं वो पूरे दिन में 8 घंटे में से कम 6-7 घंटे बैठे रहते हैं, है ना. आपको ऐसी आदत पड़ गई, अब घर में भी जाके वो टीवी के सामने बैठेंगे. अब वो आपने 3000 स्टेप चल भी लिए तो उससे क्या एक वक्त में. एनीवे दैट्स आल्सो गुड, बट वो भी नहीं चलते लोग. तो ये एक कॉम्प्लिकेटेड सिचुएशन मैंने क्रिएट कर ली है जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ आवर लाइफ स्टाइल्स एंड लिविंग. वी हैव टू चेंज इट एंड दैट्स ए बेस्ट टाइम नाउ दैट यंगस्टर्स शुड स्टार्ट डूइंग इट. वो नहीं कि आप बैठे हुए हमें ये चाहिए था, MBBS चाहिए था, तो घर वालों ने कहा कि आपको पढ़ना है तो आप लगे हुए 12-12 घंटे बैठे हुए पढ़ रहे हैं. अब उसके बाद में PG चाहिए तो फिर आप पढ़ रहे हैं. अब क्या हुआ कि इसमें 10 साल में आपको ऐसा बॉडी बन गया कि एडिक्शन में पड़ गया. अब आप कोशिश भी करोगे चलने की तो चल नहीं पाओगे. तो हमें क्या है कि वो जो 1 घंटा निकालना था वो आपको ज़रूर निकालना चाहिए, वो नहीं करते हैं, है ना. आपको यहाँ पर रह के पार्क होगा या कोई वो ना प्लेग्राउंड, उसमें आप जाके देख लो, कोई आपको स्टूडेंट नहीं मिलेंगे खेलते हुए, है ना. वो जो दूसरे डिसिप्लिन के वो खेल लेंगे, लेकिन हमारे तो बच्चे इतने हुए हैं कि खेलना ही नहीं है. और फिर हम सोचते हैं कि वी आर द बेस्ट ह्यूमन एंड ऑल्सो हेल्दी. द अनहेल्दी डॉक्टर्स आर एक्चुअली ट्रीटिंग पेशेंट्स टू बिकम हेल्दी विच इज़ अनलाइकली. तो वही हो रहा है, कॉम्प्लिकेट सिचुएशन हो रही है.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. So we have a yes.
आ रहे
सर ये लिस्ट है.
अच्छा
Going to ask.
सर आप तो पहले खड़े ही हो जाओ. थोड़ा खड़े हो गए तो फायदा होगा.
Sir, actually I was not getting them because I was thinking like behind people will not be able to see me.
नहीं नहीं वो सब दिखता है.
Okay.
तो बोल रहे हो ना.
Sir, from my college time I know you as a professor for public health and programs.
Yeah.
So from that scenario only I want to ask something, that for elderly, if government can introduce some supplements like they have introduced for young people, and so would it be much better?
Yes, yes.
And what supplements we can expect our government to
Yes.
implement in that?
बिल्कुल आप बनाओ, एक प्रोग्राम बनाओ और दो. कौन मना कर रहा है नहीं. जब लगा तो हमारे न्यूट्रिशनिस्ट एंड पब्लिक हेल्थ के लोगों को मिलके करना चाहिए. तो विटामिन A का प्रोग्राम चल रहा था बच्चों में, अब वो भी बंद कर दिया, जबकि वो चलते रहना चाहिए था. तो आप उसी तरह से बनाओ और प्रेशर करो. वो तब अवेयरनेस आती है ना, तो लगता है कि या तो खुद करेंगे या जो गरीब हैं उनके लिए आप प्रोग्राम बनाओ. दैट्स अ जॉब ऑफ ए गवर्नमेंट टू प्रोवाइड,
So we take up the online queries. So Dr. Ballu Singh is asking that with increasing life expectancy in India, what nutrition challenges do you foresee in the next decade?
देखो सबसे बड़ा जो प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है ना ओबेसिटी का, वो एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है हमारी लाइफ स्टाइल को, हमारी लॉन्गेविटी को कम करने का. बिकॉज लिंक विद योर डायबिटीज़, लिंक विद योर कार्डियोवास्कुलर डिजीज, स्ट्रोक, ऑल काइंड्स ऑफ डिजीज यू नेम, joint issues, all linked with the obesity. And obesity has to cut down. And that's where the previous lecture was very important, that if we have disease, the kind of nutrition, kind of diet is required. if you do not have any disease, then a balanced diet, that has to be followed. Lifestyle, अब क्या है, शनिवार होते ही आप सारे के सारे तो हुक्का बार में बैठे होंगे, नहीं, प्रॉब्लम वो है, वहाँ का इतना अच्छा अट्रैक्शन हो गया है, तो वो भी हमारा अल्कोहल, कैफीन, ये सारी चीज़ें जा रही है, तो वो एक प्रॉब्लम है. तो वी रिक्वायर these all things, they are all, if we are making our life, जो भी आप अंदर डाल रहे हो किसी भी तरह से, वो आपके बॉडी को इफेक्ट तो कर रहा है ना. ऐसा नहीं हो सकता कि वो आपको इफेक्ट ना करे. तो आप अच्छा डालोगे अच्छा होगा, ख़राब डालोगे ख़राब होगा, वही आपकी लाइफ को आगे चलाएगा, है ना. तो लाइफ लॉन्गेविटी आपकी बढ़ेगी अगर यू हैव ए गुड डाइट. एंड आई थिंक देयर आर मैनी मल्टीपल रिसर्च एविडेंस. मैं तो क्रूड वे में बोल रहा हूँ. You just go to any research, article. Lancet has published many research paper on this. That what are the factors which increases your longevity, and the nutrition and food is number one. Very important. Yes, mind is also important. Your lifestyle is important, but the nutrition is very, very important.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. So, young soul, through the online participant, he or he wants to ask, in your experience, what are the most overlooked aspects of elderly that the clinicians and students should pay attention to?
Actually, आपने सुना होगा ना, यार ये 80 साल का हो गया, इसका क्या, जाने दो, छोड़ो, है ना. हमारे जो गवर्नमेंट सेटअप में तो ऐसे ही सोचते हैं. ये जो एटीट्यूड है ना, टू जस्ट ओवरलुक elderly, that's a mindset which need to be changed of our doctors. They have right even at age of 90, है ना. उस पर भी आप कोशिश करो कि उसको, but yes, there is a difference between individual health and a public health, है ना. ये ध्यान रखना कि जब हमारे गवर्नमेंट का पैसा होता है 100 रुपये, तो हमारे को बड़े सिस्टमेटिक वे में वो 100 रुपये खर्च करने होते हैं. तो हमें उस जगह पे खर्च करने जहाँ पर हमारा आउटपुट ज़्यादा होगा. हमें लगता है यहाँ पर आउटपुट कम होगा तो गवर्नमेंट का उसके ऊपर एम्फेसिस कम है. But when you become a clinician of individual capacity of running your own clinics, then your approach has to be different. Okay. So as a doctor, you give the highest regards and importance to elderly, because ultimately everybody is going to be elderly once reaching to, or maybe everybody. And our parents are there, grandparents are there, they have contributed a lot. जितना आप एल्डरली को वैल्यू करते हो, वो शो करता है कि आपकी सिविलाइजेशन कैसी है. आपकी सिविलाइजेशन बहुत अच्छी है तो आप उसको वैल्यू करेंगे, नहीं तो यू डोंट वैल्यू.
Thank you so much, sir, for the insight.
अभी
Okay, sir.
remembering you.
Any more queries? Yes, please.
Thank you, sir, for your session. As you mentioned that a lot of emphasis needs to be laid on dietary counseling. In our clinics, we often meet elderly patients with this common complaint which you did mention of loss of appetite. And they ask कि मुझे भूख ही नहीं लग रही है, मैं क्या करूँ अभी? So, sir, how do we counsel these patients and what would be the best way to go about it? Thank you.
Yeah, any symptom or any such kind of symptoms come, you have to find out the reason. For that you require a lot of in-depth, history, and pinpoint where the problem is and try to get it and solve it. Once you get it, then you will solve it, then things will be okay. But don't try just without asking, you give some, appetizer, or maybe we have so many drugs which increase the appetite. So that can be used later on, but first find out the reason. As we have said, it's a multi, drugs or change of the taste bud or cancer or some other issues or depression, or to try to find out. Once you get it, then, you can solve it. Counseling we do, we are running the, preventive health clinic in our Sharda Hospital, and there we are managing the diabetes, hypertension, and these all patients. There we do a lot of dietary counseling, and we allow our students in turn to conduct such kind of session, be part of it. We have the health educator, so she or he is doing this. Our residents are learning, our interns are learning, everybody is learning other counseling sessions.
Okay. Any more query? Yes.
सर जैसा कि आपने बोला कि एल्डरली न्यूट्रिशन पे ध्यान देना चाहिए, तो मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ, अगर कोई पेशेंट है जो कि बेड रिडन है, मेनली फिजिकली एक्टिव नहीं है तो वो धीरे धीरे ओबीज होगा, तो उसको फर्दर मेटाबॉलिक कोई भी डिसीज़ हो सकता है या सिंड्रोम हो सकता है, तो उस चीज़ को प्रिवेंट करने के लिए उसको क्या अप्रोच रखनी चाहिए कि वो अदर डिसीजेज, मतलब उसको और डिसीजेज ना हो?
दोस्त, जो बेड रिडन होता है ना, ज़्यादातर वो उसकी वजह से वेट गेन नहीं करते, है ना. दे आर ऑलरेडी सफरिंग फ्रॉम सम प्रॉब्लम एंड बिकॉज ऑफ द बेड रिडन देयर टेस्ट चेंजेस, they do not eat much, they have to defecate sometime on the bed, so their malnutrition is more common as compared to the overnutrition. But yes, we have to handle such kind of patients on the basis of, that is why nutritionist is required, where the calculation of diet is very crucial, and the calculation of diet in terms of just calories is not enough. We have to see that the taste of the person, the cultural value system of the person, and then advice, and the counsel, and then see that the person is taking it regularly. एक और है उधर. Yes.
सर रेड वाइन का क्या है ओल्ड एज में? अगर कोई शौकिया है, 60 साल का है, तो उसको अगर
So please go to WHO recommendation and also to our Lancet study saying any kind of alcohol is not useful for anybody, whether it is a red or blue, or I say, so people are, giving, because, why the bottles are coming in a beautiful bottles, just to attract. उससे कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ना, बोतल में कोई थोड़ा ना वो होता है नशा, वो इसीलिए बनाते हैं कि आपको नशा हो उसका. इसे ऑल मार्केटिंग स्ट्रैटेजी. ओके, सो ऑल वाइन्स एंड सिगरेट एंड एवरीथिंग, they are just running because of your marketing strategy, forcing you to take it. And once you become the addict, then nothing is required. They are running.
थैंक यू सर. सर मुझे पूछना था कि ओल्ड एज में सबसे ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम है कि लोग रजिस्ट करते हैं, हम कुछ भी उन्हें चेंज करने के लिए बोलते हैं या अवेयर करते हैं, तो उस प्रॉब्लम को हम कैसे टैकल करें? हम डाइटरी रिक्वायरमेंट के लिए अगर हम उन्हें बोलें कि आप इसे चेंज करें, या फिर फिजिकल एक्टिविटी के लिए?
Yeah, I think I'll request my Department of Community Medicine to focus on the behavior change communication. This awareness which we are talking about, awareness is very simple, but changing the behavior requires steps of, and like, de-addiction for the alcohol or smoking require proper, support system. Similarly, in changing of behavior, we require, stepwise manner of support system. So asking the people to change their behavior is not easy. So one has to start. And there are two methods. One is negative method and positive method. So which one? So it depends on the type of the addiction or type of the change you require. So smoking is going in terms of a negative. इससे कैंसर होगा, है ना. वो ये कोई नहीं कह रहा कि आपके लिए बहुत अच्छी होगी, आपके पैसे बचेंगे, वो कहते हैं वो, लेकिन दैट इज़ मोर इम्पोर्टेंट. कैंसर होगा तो उसका डर से वो छोड़े, या कार्डियोवैस्कुलर डिजीज़ होगा वो छोड़े. But on other thing we require, positive reinforcement. So whatever way the patient can be managed, that has to be started, in that phase manner.
Thank you, sir. I hope.
Yeah.
Yes, from there. CR has the right.
Now, सभी
yes.
prove करें कि हम जगे हुए थे. या अरे खाना शुरू करो यार. एक तो आपको बाहर निकल के धूप में खेलो जो नहीं खेलना चाहते. आजकल अपने स्किन का कलर ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है एज़ कम्पेयर टू बोन्स. आई नेवर अंडरस्टैंड दिस कि कहीं पर कोई धब्बा ना आ जाए, है ना. और उसके लिए क्या करेंगे, बाहर धूप नहीं लगनी चाहिए, इतना कवर करके रखते सब अपना. तो आपको जाएगा कहाँ से वो, स्किन से कैसे घुसेगा अंदर, है ना. तो एनीवे, बट issue is that exposure to sunlight is very important. To try as much as possible to go out and play at proper time, not all the time, you know, or maybe some very like daytime में एक special time होता है, morning or evening time में where you can do. Another one is take the supplement which is available, or take the diet which is good of vitamin D. तो वो तीनों चीज़ें हैं जो कर सकते हो आप. तो शुरू कर देना चाहिए अभी से ही. और स्पेसिफिकली सी दैट यू कैन मेजर, यू कैन गेट इट योर मेजरमेंट एवरी 3 months और 6 months. अगर आपका नीचे आता है तो शुरू करो उसे और खाओ, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है.
Thank you, sir. So one online query again. Sir, Dr. Ashna wants your insight regarding the taboo, taking protein or going to gym, or just for the preference of cardia.
टैबू नहीं है. जिम का तो जो धंधा चल रहा है, एक्चुअली मैं चाहता था कि हमारे पब्लिक हेल्थ के लोग या न्यूट्रिशनिस्ट है ना इसको चलाते, लेकिन उनको बिजनेस आता नहीं. तो जो भी है वो सब चला रहे, है ना. उनको कोई अकल नहीं है, कोई उनको पता नहीं है कि आपकी मसल कहाँ इंसर्ट होती है, कैसे मूवमेंट होती है, कितना आप वेट कर सकते हो. तो प्रॉब्लम हो रही है सब जगह. अब वो आपकी मसल दिखाना चाहते हैं. मसल दिखाने के लिए उन्हें पता है कि प्रोटीन होती है, डॉक्टर ने बताया. तो प्रोटीन आपको जैसे वो उसमें चिकन में घुसाते ना अंदर फैट उसके मुंह में उसी तरह से उन्होंने आदमियों के मुंह में डाल रहा है. सुबह भी ये पीना है, शाम को भी पीना है, दोपहर में भी पीना है. तो वो आप भी उसमें घुस गए और लगे हुए ये दिखना चाहिए. अच्छा, प्रॉब्लम हो गई है अब. तो टैबू नहीं है एक्चुअली. दिस इज ए काइंड ऑफ ए प्रॉब्लम एंड लीडिंग टू नाउ द किडनी प्रॉब्लम आर इमर्जिंग लाइक एनीथिंग. इफ यू हैव अ हाई प्रोटीन डाइट, योर किडनी इज गोइंग टू सफर, यू नो. सो वन हैज़ टू बी वेरी केयरफुल एट दैट एज विच इज़ रिक्वायर्ड. वो कहते हैं पानी मत पियो. जितना पानी नहीं पिएंगे उतना आपकी, है ना, वो डिहाइड्रेशन होगा, तो मसल्स आपकी प्रोमिनेंट हो जाती है, स्किन से सारा वो जो फ्लूइड है वो निकल जाता है. तो आप अपनी किडनी का क्या हाल करोगे, है ना. बट आप तो डॉक्टर्स हैं, लेकिन सारे तो डॉक्टर्स नहीं है ना. वो तो कहते हैं हाँ भाई अल्टीमेटली मसल दिखनी चाहिए. आप उनसे कभी बात करो क्या क्या वो डाइट के लिए बोलते हैं, पानी इतना नहीं पीना है, और हम कहते हैं पानी ज़्यादा पियो, है ना. तो डॉक्टर्स को एक्चुअली चलानी चाहिए थी ये सारी जिम्स.
So the next question is based on this only. One delegate is asking how much protein should I eat daily. I think, I don't know what is the age group of that person. He must be asking for geriatric. And too much can strain the kidneys and too little can worsen weakness. So how much protein?
बच्चों में कहते हैं ना 1 gram per किलोग्राम आप वैसे कर लें. तो बड़ों में 0.6 या 6.6 के आसपास होता है. एल्डरली में 0.5 आप उतना चलें. 0.5 से थोड़ा कम हो या उसके बराबर हो. तो यू कैन कैलकुलेट कि दिस मच इज़ अनफ फॉर योर वेट. तो अकॉर्डिंग टू वेट यू कैन मेजर. इफ टू मच वेट देन सी दैट कम रखो उसको, क्योंकि आपको कम भी करना है अपना वेट, है ना. अदरवाइज 0.5 इज आई थिंक इज ओके. 0.8 ओके 0.8 थोड़ा ज़्यादा ही है मेरे हिसाब से.
Thank you so much, sir, for solving all list of queries again.
Yeah, very nice. So can you start from your mother? So it's better, you find out what are the deficit areas if the deficiencies that are there, treat them first, and then continuously see that you provide the daily supplement, daily requirement which is given by the ICMR. Some amount of the every nutrient requirement is given, and see that are they available in the food in sufficient amount. If they are not, then you try to add supplement. So need not require so many supplement if your diet is good, or you are making diet in a way which can provide all the things. Otherwise you give supplement. So maybe I think sometime you require only 1 or 2. Maybe calcium or vitamin D, maybe B12. Rest of the thing is not required. But you think that diet is deficit of something, then try more. Continue. It is not, it's like a food, food require every day. It cannot be done, just for few days. And that is why maybe I think every year, assessment of the various parameters is also required. Just say you can balance. Okay, are we giving high or low, or balance it? So use your all signs to your family and to yourself. That is what nutrition is. If it is for others and not for me, I think it's all just futile exercise.
I request Dr. Vikram sir and Dr. Ramamurthy Sharma sir to kindly felicitate Dr. Jugal Kishore sir. I request Dr. Bhumesh sir and Dr. Shalini ma'am to kindly felicitate Dr. Vikram sir and Dr. Ramamurthy Sharma sir. We have with us Ms. Garima Tiwari ma'am. She is a clinical nutritionist and dietitian at Sharda Care. She has 16 years of experience in translating the science of nutrition into easily comprehensible information about food. We welcome you, ma'am. I request Dr. Bhumesh sir and Dr. Shalini ma'am to kindly chair the session and be seated on stage.
Good evening, everyone. Now everyone is awake. They'll listen to me properly. So this session would be more of fun plus education, lot of education today, okay? This one? This one. So as we all know, nutrition science is evolving rapidly, but yet there are many myths and misconceptions among the society, even in educated people. So today we are going to talk about some popular myths about food and nutrition, and we'll discuss what science says about it. But before that, I have a disclaimer that my goal here is to provide clarity, support best clinical practices, and share useful tools to help misinformation for both patient and colleagues. So this is going to be our overall agenda today. I have categorized my slides into 3 categories. We will be discussing general myths of food and nutrition first. then some weight loss trends and their myths, and then we have certain medical domain myths also, which we'll discuss today. First is carbs make you gain weight. So myth says carbohydrates are enemy of weight loss and leads directly to fat accumulation. Most of us thinks that eating cereals, eating rice, breads makes us gain weight. And we as a clinician also see that there is a lot of promotion regarding carbs reduction in the society. But actually the fact is carbohydrates are very essential for energy, and they're very crucial for brain function and muscle functioning. Basically, body use carbs as a main source of energy. Weight gain is actually due to the overeating. When you're eating more than what is required, then you gain weight. It is not carbs only that makes you fat. So there are a lot of studies which says that choosing the right carbs in the form of whole grains, pulses, fruits and vegetables, they have a lot of positive impacts on health outcomes because they supply multiple vitamin, mineral, and they especially regulate blood sugars as well. So overall calorie matters. And we have two types of carbohydrates. Simple carbohydrate, which are your sugar, honey, jaggery, fruit juices for that matter. When you consume them, your body absorbs them readily and your blood sugar spikes like anything. On the other hand, the beneficial carbs, which we are going to talk about, is complex carbohydrate, which we found from your whole grain products, pulses, fruits and vegetables. So it is not carbs, it is how you eat them, how much you eat them, and at what time you eat them. So we cannot blame carbs only for fattening. Then all fats are bad. This myth came from early heart disease studies that they all blamed fats altogether, fats in diet altogether, and the media ran the headlines and amplified fats in diet is equals to bad. But actually, all fats are not bad. We have categorized fats into 3 categories. Unsaturated fat, that comes from nuts, seeds, olive oil, mustard oil, avocados, and they are very essential for heart, brain, and your hormone health. Then comes your saturated fat. Saturated fat can be consumed, saturated fat like ghee, butter and cheese, they can be consumed in moderation. The actual culprit are trans fat, which we consume from packed item and fried things. And studies says that these are the fats which contribute to cardiovascular risks actually. So moderation is the key again. As per NIN and WHO, it is recommended to have 20 to 35% of total calories from healthy fats. So if we are having healthy fats, they boost our memory, protect our heart, increase absorption of fat-soluble vitamins like A, D, E, and K, and even reduce inflammation in the body. But again, fats are fat even if they are healthy, because they are calorie dense. So if you are controlling the portion of fat, that is helpful, and that is not, then you are not going to gain weight. Rice makes you fat. So a myth is eating rice automatically causes the weight gain. I don't know why rice has this bad reputation. So this actually bad impression came from the weight loss industry. According to weight loss industry, rice equals to bad fat, and that makes you fat. So the fact is rice is not at all fattening if you're combining it with dal, lean proteins, lots of vegetable in the form of fiber. It is not fattening at all. So if you're overeating it, definitely do not have much of fiber. So you will overeat it without balancing it with the other components of the diet. So you're going to gain weight. The nutritional quality of the rice depend on its type, processing, and how it is cooked. So in our nutrition industry, rice is considered as chameleon, because the quality of rice depends on how we are cooking and what are the ingredients mixed with it. So to support this statement, I have this table which says when rice is healthy and when it is unhealthy. So steamed rice, when it has minimal oil, minimal salt, it is healthy. When it is only rice, large portion oil and salt, it becomes unhealthy. Fried rice, veggies, lean meat, less oil, healthy. Excess oil, processed meat, only rice, that becomes unhealthy. Ghee-based rice, small amount of ghee, impaired with fiber, lot of vegetables, it is healthy. Heavy amount of ghee, no veggies, only rice or tadka, it is unhealthy. Same goes with khichdi, lot of vegetables, less of salt and oil, it is healthy. When it is overcooked, not proportionate in the proportion of dal and rice, no vegetable, it is unhealthy. Biryani बहुत लोग खाते होंगे. So lean meat, rice, moderate oil, it is healthy. You have to add a lot of vegetables in it then. Red meat, excess oil, only rice, it becomes unhealthy. So even our study says that the portion size and cooking pattern affect weight more than the rice itself. ये तो वही बात हो गई कि सब गाड़ी क्यों तेज़ चला रहे थे, क्यों, क्योंकि रोड बहुत अच्छी थी तो गाड़ी अपने आप तेज़ चल रही है. ऐसा नहीं होता है. So you have to control the portion and you cannot blame the food product for it. How you're cooking it, how you're eating it and how much you're eating it, that matters a lot. Myth, dairy products in high cholesterol, dairy worsens dyslipidemia. The fact is, it is not at all suggested to leave milk or milk product just because you have dyslipidemia. It is said that saturated fat in the full fat dairy product raises LDL. On the other hand, if we use fermented dairy, that increases HDL and cardioprotective peptides. Fermentation releases ACE inhibitors, reducing inflammation. Rather than replacing your milk or milk product, it is always better to use it rather than skipping it. Replace it with healthy option. We have multiple types of milk in the market, toned, double toned, skimmed also. So you can replace it by low fat milk and milk product rather than totally skipping it from the diet, because most of us, almost 40% of people in India are vegetarian. So if you're going to skip it, you're not going to get another nutrients. This is the study which supports which I'm saying in this slide. Again, the next culprit is potatoes. So I will ask you guys, when I say potatoes, what do you see? मतलब क्या आता है दिमाग में? French fries, chips, patties, right? So over the 2 decades, we have seen this fast food industry. We have been seeing it from childhood. कि अगर आलू बोल रहे हैं तो सिर्फ एक ही रिफ्लेक्शन आता है फ्रेंच फ्राइज, विच इज़ डीप फ्राइड, loaded with salt and then again served with ketchup or your dips. So actually the fact is rice, potato is not unhealthy. It is healthy when it is eaten in boiled or baked form. It is very rich in potassium, vitamin C, vitamin B6, and when it is eaten with husk, it gives a lot of fiber as well. So it is frying or usage of oil which makes it unhealthy, then added salt and sugars. So we cannot blame potato. We can go for boiled potato vegetable, we can go for traditional chokha, that is also healthy. But yes, overdoing it and putting a lot of oil in it, fat in it, or having it with greasy gravies, that is definitely going to give you weight. So as per WHO also recommends potato as a balanced diet, and it clearly says that the preparation of potato matters, not only the potato. It is not fattening at all. So potato improves electrolyte balance because it has potassium. It boosts digestive health and supplies energy because it is rich in carbohydrate. Pink salt is healthier. I think all of us has pink salt at our home, right? Because पिछले 5-6 सालों से एक revolution चल गया है कि replace white salt, let's eat Himalayan pink salt. तो ये जो Himalayan pink salt है, that is mined from Himalayas of Pakistan, where we have found that there is a lot of toxicity in salt because of heavy metals like lead and arsenic. And anyways, with all practical reason, how much salt do we eat in a day? A teaspoon or 1.5. Just because pink salt has little more minerals, we cannot overdo it, right? It has become exotic and natural, it is called. But in country like India, where we still have hypothyroidism, a lot of hypothyroidism people, we have goiters. So iodized salt is suggested. As per WHO and ICMR, they recommend strongly that iodized salt is safe as compared to any other salt. So we can combine other salts like black and pink with white salt, but replacing white salt with any other color of the salt or any other salt is not at all a good idea. Myth: water dilutes gastric juices and impairs digestion. हमने सब घर पे सुना होगा, हमारे पेरेंट्स बोलते हैं खाना खा रहे हो पानी मत पियो, खाना डाइजेस्ट नहीं होगा, पेट फूलेगा, प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी. ये हमारे मम्मी पापा कहते हैं, या जो थोड़े से कम एजुकेटेड हैं, थोड़े से जो ज़्यादा एजुकेटेड होते हैं, वो उसको थोड़ा सा मॉडिफाइड फॉर्म में बोलते हैं कि हमारे गैस्ट्रिक जूसेस डाइल्यूट हो जाएंगे. बट एक्चुअली दिस इज़ अ मिथ. Fact is, water, when you're having water with your diet, it aids bolus lubrication and enhances gastric motility via smooth muscle contraction. There is no significant reduction in pepsin or HCl activity when water is consumed during the meal. So having water, it maintains gastric pH and enzymatic activity, and that is dietally regulated. As per our research also, there is no relation between you having water and impairment of digestive juices or indigestion. So you can have water, but how much you are having and how you are having, you cannot just gulp it. You can have it by sipping it. Should not consume curd in the evening or winters. कितने लोगों के घर में ऐसा myth है? Please raise your hands. Right, almost 50% I can say. हमारी दादी नानी तो ऐसे बोलती हैं कि दही नहीं खाना चाहिए शाम को, ठंडियाँ हो गई हैं, घर में दही नहीं आएगा क्योंकि ये ठंडा होता है. Myth says curd causes digestion issue or cold ailments. But the fact is, curd contains probiotics, lactobacillus and bifidobacterium, that modulates gut microbiota and short-chain fatty acid production. Even fermented dairy products enhances mucosal immunity and anti-inflammatory pathways. So regardless of its temperature, curd can be eaten anytime, anywhere. So if you have cold and cough, definitely you cannot have it refrigerated, जैसे हम ठंडा पानी नहीं पीते हैं. Even in cold also you can have curd, but that should be in normal temperature. It is not going to harm you. This is research done by this, what I have written down. Honey jaggery for diabetic patient. So almost 80% of diabetic patients have this myth that sugar can be replaced by either jaggery or honey, और आजकल लोग देसी खांड भी यूज़ करते हैं. But ये बिल्कुल myth है. This is a myth. Sugar, jaggery, honey, खांड, these are all simple sugars. इनका glycemic index, glycemic load, for that matter carbohydrate content भी बिल्कुल similar होता है, almost similar. So both have high glycemic indexes causing rapid glucose spikes. So if being a doctor, you're restricting your patients to have sugars because they are diabetic or pre-diabetic. आजकल हम नॉर्मल लोगों को भी बोलते हैं कि शुगर कम खाना चाहिए, तो प्री डायबिटिक या डायबिटिक को हम क्यों बोलेंगे कि आप शुगर को रिप्लेस करके दूसरा सिंपल शुगर लीजिए. सो दिस इज़ माई रिक्वेस्ट टू यू ऑल. इफ़ समवन सेज कि हम शुगर को रिप्लेस कर सकते हैं किसी चीज़ से, सो प्लीज़ डिनाई. वी कैन नॉट. एनी काइंड ऑफ सिंपल शुगर इज़ as bad as sugar. High protein diets damage kidneys, sir. So this is again a myth. High protein doesn't mean it is miscalculated actually. High protein matlab, as a clinician, here comes the calculation. कितना प्रोटीन किसके लिए? हर एक इंडिविजुअल की रिक्वायरमेंट अलग होती है. For a normal individual, you can have 0.8 to 1 gram of protein. For disease patient, yeah, for surgery patient, that goes to 1.2 to 1.5. For burn patient, it goes up till 2.5 also. Patients who have pre-existing kidney disease or problems, only then we restrict protein. Otherwise normal individuals के लिए high protein diet बिल्कुल भी harmful नहीं है. Sir, with all due respect, I'm sorry. So all the researches which I have mentioned says that high protein diet for a normal individual are not at all bad. In fact, if you're having high protein in your diet, that is supporting muscle mass and you can lose your weight better than having anything else. Now we are going to discuss weight loss myths. Dr. Mayuri have already discussed all my slides, but I would like to go through all of them. So first is gluten-free diet means healthier. Again, a decade before, there was a revolution कि gluten-free diet खाओ जल्दी weight loss होगा. So myth was adopting a gluten-free diet is universally healthier choice for everyone, leading to better digestion and weight loss. But gluten-free diet, आप बता सकते हैं किसको देते हैं हम? Wonderful. And apart from celiacs? No. Gluten insensitivity जिनको होती है. So it is a therapeutic diet. It is advised to the patient who have celiac disease or patients who have this medical condition wherein they cannot digest gluten sensitivity. But weight loss industry has misused it, and because gluten किस में मिलता है? Whole grains में, cereals में मिलता है. तो being Indians, especially we are in India, we will talk about India only. Being Indians, we are cereal eaters. सुबह से हमारा cereal शुरू हो जाता है. तो अगर हमारा major staple food ही हम कम कर देंगे तो definitely calorie consumption कम हो रहा है और weight loss होगा. But on the other hand, people who follow it do not think of the medical condition they're having after using this diet or following this diet. So for those without these conditions, unnecessarily avoiding gluten can actually be detrimental. Many gluten-containing whole grains are excellent source of fiber, vitamin B, and other nutrients. Eliminating them without proper replacement can lead to nutritional deficiencies. So before following any of these diets, please consult a professional, a clinical nutritionist or a dietitian, and ask her if it is safe or not. For a short period of time, definitely you can follow it, but what happens when you leave it? Because being clinicians, when we get patients, we would not advise them anything which is short term, right? We have to see all practical aspects also. So, to support this, I have put this chart with various researches, and not a single research says or supports that excluding gluten from your diet helps you in weight loss or have sustainable result. Ketogenic diet is good for weight loss. So we have already read what is ketogenic diet. It is very low in carb, very, very high in fat. Shift your body to use fat for energy. Basically, body goes to ketosis. So can anyone tell me when do we use ketogenic diet actually as a therapeutic diet? It is a therapeutic diet. Yes, epilepsy. So ketogenic diet, after years of experiments and intervention, it was made under medical supervision. It was made for epileptic patients to reduce their symptoms like seizures, because they become drug resistant. So just to lower their symptoms, this diet was given, because when the body is ketosis, the symptoms are comparatively very, very less. It definitely helps you in weight loss, but then since it is very high in fat, it is very difficult to stick on it. पहले आपको कीटो डायरिया हो जाता है, कीटो फ्लू हो जाता है, जिसमें लूज मोशंस वगैरह हो जाते हैं. देन इफ़ यू मैनेज टू डील विद इट, यू सफ़र बैड कॉन्स्टिपेशन, मूड स्विंग्स, समटाइम्स लिवर एंड किडनी डिजीज़ ऑल्सो. सो ये लॉन्ग टर्म बहुत ज़्यादा कैरी फॉरवर्ड नहीं हो जाता. सो इफ़ यू आस्क मी, as a clinical nutritionist, I never suggest ketogenic diet for weight loss. Ketogenic diet का result भी आपको 3 to 6 month में मिलता है, which you can get from calorie deficit diet as well. As I said, and I will repeat again, that every person needs and have different calorie and protein requirement. So it depends on you how much calorie you need and how much deficit you have to do to lose weight. It is not about a particular or macronutrient. Intermittent fasting. Intermittent fasting is also called as clock-based meal timing. It basically goes on the protocol of 16:8 or 18:6, which is hours of fasting is 2 hours of eating. So it also has a lot of side effects, pros and cons. Definitely it is helpful. Many studies says people are losing weight from it. But then again, with all practical reason, it is not sustainable and not suitable for many categories of the society. So because of its time gap, there are a lot of nutritional gap. आपके timings ऐसे हो जाते हैं कि आप major meals miss कर देते हैं या फिर major components miss कर देते हैं. Energy performance issue बहुत ज़्यादा रहता है. There is a lot of risk of overeating. If you're fasting for 18 hours and you get only 6 hours for eating, and there is people says that you can eat anything and everything in this 8 hours or 6 hours, which is not true. Even if you're doing intermittent fasting, you need to be mindful what you're eating. मेजर मील्स होने चाहिए, फाइबर रिच होना चाहिए, गैप्स होने चाहिए, कार्बोहाइड्रेट कंट्रोल्ड होना चाहिए. सो इट इज़ ऑल्सो these kind of modifications are required along with your lifestyle changes. So not suitable definitely for long term. So I do not recommend intermittent fasting also. So a healthy balanced meal is always better. You can lose weight by eating anything, even pizza. It's just that the thing which you have to take care, that is calorie deficit. Now by eating pizza, how can you lose weight? When you'll come to me, then only I'll tell you. GLP-1 medication, Ozempic and Mounjaro. Okay, so how many of you do you think that by giving insulin, diabetes can be treated? Anyone? No, right? So वैसे ही एक इंजेक्शन लेके आप कैसे अपना ओबेसिटी को कम कर सकते हैं, वो भी लॉन्ग टर्म. जब आप इंजेक्शन छोड़ेंगे फिर क्या होगा? So again, yeah, and you will regain weight, and that too a lot of weight. It is just an injection. If you are taking this injection, then also you require a lot of lifestyle changes, physical activity along with it, proper meal plan along with it. because after when you will stop having these injections, you will again gain weight. So of course, this also is not at all suitable and not recommended. One of our doctors in Sharda, he is taking Mounjaro. He is not at all obese, but just because of trends, he came to me and said, "Ma'am, आजकल मुझे बहुत ही ज़्यादा nausea होता है, and I feel very uneasy and feel bloated." So he wanted to know that what diet he should follow, because it was 2 months he was taking and he had a result. He lost around 5 to 6 kg by having these injections, but then he was having these side effects also. He was more concerned, when I leave it, what will happen then? So I counsel him also that please have normal calorie deficit diet, a balanced diet. Then we can gradually wean off your injection and you can go for low calorie diet, and then you can lose weight by having diet instead of following these myths and fads. You need meat to get enough protein. Okay, कितने लोगों को ऐसा लगता है कि वेजिटेरियन डाइट में प्रोटीन इनफ नहीं होता? प्लीज़ रेज योर हैंड. गुड, कम लोग हैं. ऑल राइट, सो ऐसा बिल्कुल भी नहीं है. आई फॉरगॉट टू पेस्ट माई पेशेंट डाइट वन डे मेन्यू हियर, एंड what we calculated, it depends and it varies from menu to menu, but a normal protein diet, normal diet of a patient gives around 68 to 73 grams of protein, and it goes up to 78 to 80 grams. And if in case we add on more things to it, we can extend it to 85 gram. So it is not true that only non-vegetarian things can give you high protein. In fact, various studies says that being vegetarian have a lot of health benefits. So, structured program versus crash diet. What is crash diet? Please don't see the screens. Anyone, please. Crash diet? So, in the era of Kajol and Ajay Devgan, people used to follow crash diet. Crash diet means eliminating entire food group from your diet, major food group. Carbs हटा दिए, proteins हटा दिया. What they are having either liquids or they are on fruit diet to lose weight. Okay, so this is not suggestible because it promises weight loss in few days and weeks, but then again after when you leave it, you will have drastic weight gain. So not suggestible. Even studies also says that as per the guidelines, the safest rate of losing weight is 0.5 to 1 kg per week. As per the study of JAMA, participant in structure program they lost more and maintained it longer when they were on calorie deficit diet. And when we talk about weight loss program, if at all you want to do it on your own, you don't want to go to the dietitian, then you can always rely on the apps we are having, because they are still trustworthy. They can at least tell you what calorie you are eating. So what you're eating, you can just feed it and you will get to know how much you're eating. You should eat this much or not. Now, this is the most difficult part because you all are doctors. So we are following a lot of myths in medical domain as well. So we are going to discuss that also. Alcohol and kidney stones. How many of you think that alcohol can be given to a patient because it is diuretic? Have anyone prescribed? I have heard it from so many doctors and we had a good debate. So as per a few of the doctors, they say is that beer helps flush kidney stones because it is diuretic. Actually, it is a myth, misunderstanding of urine output versus hydration. Beer has a lot of purine in it, so which raises uric acid and it gets converted into stone. On the other hand, alcohol, when you have alcohol, definitely it has a moderate effect as a diuretic, but then you excrete out a lot of electrolytes and calcium from the urine. Again, one of the reasons of stone in the body. So instead of hydrating it or giving you a diuretic effect, it is dehydrating your body. So it is not suggestible. Avoiding alcohol means better kidneys, liver, heart and heart protection. These are the studies which says it cannot be, it is a diuretic definitely, but cannot be given to patient as a diuretic or cannot be suggested. This is most asked slide. I have put it on the request of one of my doctors. So जैसा कि एक क्वेश्चन आया था कि वाइन के शौकीन हैं और कितना वाइन ले सकते हैं. People have this myth among us also that moderate alcohol is safe or even good for heart. It is not true at all. Thanks to wine industries, it is their PR. And we have selective studies also, but then also they are not able to prove it. So fact is, even small amount of alcohol increases risk of cancer. Heavy drinking increases triglyceride, LDL cholesterol, fatty liver, and mental health issues. You can see this chart. So people says कि beer में तो कम alcohol होता है, तो हम beer तो ले ही सकते हैं. But आप alcohol percentage की बजाय you see what is the calorie content in it. Here proof is a unit of alcohol, जिससे हमें पता चलता है कि कितने % alcohol है. So 80 proof here means 40% of alcohol. When you see other brands or other things, whiskey, rum and brandy, you generally have it in pegs, large peg or small peg. So कितना लेंगे आप? 3 pegs, 4 pegs. On the other hand, when you drink beer, that you don't dilute it and you have it in the bottle, 1 bottle, 2 bottle or 3 bottles. So definitely the consumption is more and calorie intake is more. So yes, it is not suggestible, high in calorie and lot of side effects. So don't. Protein and uric acid, this is the most common myth which I get to hear, and people who have gout or people who have uric acid, they come to us and say, डॉक्टर साहब ने हमारा प्रोटीन बंद कर दिया, हमें दूध पीने से मना किया है, दालें खाने से मना किया है. बट आई वांट टू से इट इज़ अ कन्फ्यूजन बिटवीन प्रोटीन मेटाबॉलिज्म, जिसका बाय प्रोडक्ट होता है यूरिया, वर्सेस प्यूरिन मेटाबॉलिज्म, जिसका बाय प्रोडक्ट होता है यूरिक एसिड. सो इफ़ समबडी इज़ कमिंग टू यू having high uric acid, that doesn't mean you have to stop their protein, right? All the studies shows that diet in protein is not at all related to high uric acid. It is purine, which is found in red meats. It is found in alcohol, especially in beer and fructose-based food products, which increases purine in the body and convert it into urea. So if patient's urea is higher, then we have to restrict protein. Otherwise, in case of uric acid, we don't have to restrict protein. So a kind and humble request to you all, if the patient is having hyperuricemia, please do not restrict proteins, dietary proteins. So positives of this are safe protein. What can be given as a protein? Chicken, lean meats, chicken, dairy, eggs. They build muscle, improve immunity, and do not rate uric acid at all. Myth: tea and coffee are not good for neuro patients. Tea and coffee can elevate blood pressure in the neuro patient and could result in even epileptic seizures. सुना है किसी ने ये? So there are certain neuro physicians and neurosurgeons which follow these things. They restrict tea and coffee straight away or milk products straight away for their patients. So I made this slide specially because I was very curious to know, is this happening actually? So all the studies says there is no relation of caffeine or tannins with elevation of blood sugar or epileptic seizures. So as per the guidelines, 200 to 400 mg of caffeine is allowed for neuro patients. So if we talk about tea, 5 cups of tea per day allowed, and if we talk about coffee, 3 to 4 cups of coffee are allowed. If we talk about tea and coffee, there are a lot of benefits of having tea or coffee. Definitely in portion control, we can have 2, maximum 3 cups of tea or coffee in a day. So tea reduces risk of cognitive impairment, delays onset of Parkinson's disease. Frequent tea drinking leads to greater neuroprotection, and especially in elderly population. Components of tea such as polyphenols, thionins, and caffeine show anti-inflammatory properties contributing to their neuroprotective effects. Whereas coffee is linked to lower risk of Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, dementia, and stroke-based epidemiological studies and systematic review. So for the patient of multiple sclerosis, higher intake of coffee. If I say higher, again the unit matters, so it can go up to 500 to 600 mg, which becomes 5 to 6 cups of coffee per day. So what other takeaway points what I've taken from my slides are, please don't fear from macronutrients. Do not avoid carbs or fats or gluten just because somebody has said that it is good and it has good impact on weight loss. Go through the studies, talk to the clinicians whether it is actually safe or not. Beware of trendy myths. Do not follow myths blindly. You have to see and go to the medical professional to know more about it. Embrace your whole foods. So avoid, focus on whole foods, and please minimize use of processed food. Your health, your journey. As I have been saying that every individual has their own requirement. So focus on your body. What is affecting on XYZ would not affect you, definitely. So again, come to us if in case you're doubtful. So we will guide you, and know your body and then decide how to lose weight instead of following myths or going for fads. Thank you from my side.
Thank you, ma'am. Your insights into nutrition have enriched our understanding and inspired us to think beyond classroom and clinic. I request Dr. Neha ma'am to kindly take up any queries from the audience.
Thank you, Ms. Garima, for such an interesting session. There are some questions from our online participants. One of the participants, name not specified, has asked, does the order in which we consume food items, like salad in between or salad at the beginning of the food, does it matter?
Yes, it definitely matters when we are watching our weight, when we are diabetic. If we eat salad before our meals, that gives you satiety and you tend to eat less. So definitely changing of component before and after matters a lot.
Like some of them also say fruits, when should we take fruits?
So there is no specific timing. Again, that's a myth कि हम शाम को fruit नहीं ले सकते. आप किसी भी time fruit ले सकते हो, but it is just that you do not combine it with your major meals, because major meal में आप already बहुत सारा carbohydrates ले रहे होते हो, and fruits are a source of carbohydrates. So mixing it with carb is not a good idea. Instead, you can take it in between.
Okay, thank you. Another question from Dr. 𝐂𝐨𝐫 𝐿. They've asked that some of the people suggest eating roti over rice during fever and classifying food items as hot food items and cold food items.
So here we are actually confusing ourselves with Ayurvedic science and nutrition science. Both are entirely different. If we talk about Ayurveda, so Ayurveda has this simple concept of Vat, Pitta and Kapha and a generalized questionnaire which is applicable on many people. Whereas if we talk about allopathy or if we talk about nutrition, it is customized as per the person, as per the person's requirement. So मैंने अभी दही वाली बात बताई आपको, it is myth. So if we talk about nutrition, there is no evidence which says that it is cold or it is hot. A balanced meal, barring or without any concern of being refrigerated, आप ठंडा ले रहे हो गरम, it is not affecting you.
Another question from the online participant, that whey protein for gym going people and creatinine monohydrate supplements, are they good or they bad?
Well, if it is taken under supervision, definitely it is affecting, because if you're working out a lot, there is a lot of muscle metabolism. You're losing protein, you need a lot of protein. There's muscle metabolism increases. So yes, you have to calculate and go to a good nutritionist or a good gym trainer who has this idea what product is good, because we have a lot of local products also which are just which says it is protein powder. So which trustworthy protein powder they should take and how much protein they can increase as per their body weight, that is important.
So another question from J. Kishore sir.
I think I am going to get grilled.
No. You said about this, and actually you pinpointed, I have said about protein is not good for, our kidney. And then you said it's a myth. First of all, the myths and concern actually to be studied in the population. And you'll find that most of the myths are not exactly what we think is a myth. Maybe the awareness is good. But we don't have many studies, unfortunately, showing the different kinds of myth, and particularly Indian. We have the fat, food fat, that's there. But when we say it's not good for, she rightly said that, amount has to be decided by the nutritionist and then a good gym expert. Now, my statement was very clear. Yes. Either they go.
It is there.
My statement was very clear that we are, going to the gym and the people are, just pushing the protein, which is very dangerous for our kidney, And not only kidney, but I think it is bad for heart, bad for your cholesterol, for many things.
Yes, sir.
That was my statement. Now linking with the myth is not a good one. That showing that no, people have the myths that the protein is affecting our kidney. Yes, too much of everything is affecting. But it is never said that the protein is affecting our kidney, but too much of the protein. Now the deciding factor of too much protein, what is it, 1.8 per gram per kilogram, or it is 1 gram or 0.5 or 0.8. It all depends on individual to individual. And very interestingly, the food is, I think you all notice, there are certain food, you just take it and you become sick. You know it that, you become sick. We doctors say, no, कुछ नहीं होता इससे तो. अब she is saying, वो भी एक myth बन जाएगा future में. कि फ्रिज में फ्रिज का और फ्रिज के बाहर का कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. नहीं. But we know that, the things which are taken, if it is, some are so allergic and so much troublesome that they fall sick. है ना? अगर उन्हें फ्रिज का खाया तो हो जाएंगे.
Sir, it is allergy then. It is not the product, right?
No. एलर्जी आप उससे कैसे एलर्जी बोलेंगे?
नहीं सर, if someone
फ्रिज
is
का है, फ्रिज है ना, फ्रिज तो cold things are affecting us.
Yes, of course.
So we are not saying it's an individual to individual things. That is why we are coming into the more personalized medicine, personalized treatment. the reason is that everybody affects in a different way, and we require a lot of studies in science. It is not that, you have so many myths in the Google, you just find and you will enumerate. India has no study, a good amount of study showing what are the myths which are concerned. And our science like the Ayurveda. Ayurveda is also, or maybe so many other, we have all, whether it's a Siddha, Ayurveda, Unani, all believe strongly in food and the kind of food. And we don't, like the allopathy, we don't have allopathy. Actually, we are a modern medicine. We also believe in the science proof that what is required, not required. And it is true, if it is too much protein, you push in, your muscles is definitely, but it is going to affect you. Anything which is pushing too much is going to affect you. So what is balance? Still the struggle is going on. So myths are there, but it has to be studied.
Yes, sir.
And we don't have much of the studies showing what are the myths there in India.
Right.
And this is also true, that there too much protein when we are pushing into,
I agree, sir.
that's not good. And that is very bad for our health, even kidney.
Correct.
Thank you, sir. One last question from our online participant, that he is trying to ask that what about the people who are fighting for their weight gain, actually? They, especially for those people whose digestion and absorption are poor, and even for normal healthy foods. So what are your suggestions? What should they do for weight gain?
Weight gain?
Yeah. And digestion and absorption is
So
poor for
digestion and absorption happens only if there is some medical concern, gut related concern. So at that time, addressing that concern is more important than weight gain. So it could be Crohn's disease, it could be IBS, or maybe simple AG जो rainy season में हो जाता है. तो treating that ailment is very important first. उसके बाद फिर we talk about, we sit and we talk, that is individualized definitely. किसको क्या चीज़ें सूट कर रही हैं, क्या कौन सी चीज़ें खा सकता है, then we make a diet plan accordingly.
Thank you, Ms. Garima, for answering the questions. From the audience, any question?
Thanks, Garima, for
That's all
such
for
a
today's
lucid and informative session. And I would like to share, as well expect you people to give a round applause for her. She had a very, listen.
Thank you.
She had a very bad fall yesterday, and look, her professional commitment. She is standing, it's not sure, her x-ray is due, whether it's a sprain or a fracture. So just applause for her professional commitment.
Thank you so much. I did not expect that. I do not have any question from the audience, but thank you. You have been a lovely audience. Thanks.
I request Dr. Shalini ma'am and Dr. Bhumesh sir to kindly felicitate Ms. Garima Tiwari ma'am. I request Dr. Amit sir and Dr. Harsh sir to kindly felicitate Dr. Shalini ma'am and Dr. Bhumesh sir. I request Dr. Ishan sir to conduct valedictory ceremony and give vote of thanks.
Good evening, respected all. So not taking the much time, I would like to request Shalini ma'am, Harsh sir, Amit sir, Jugal Kishore sir, Harun sir, Abhishek sir, all of you please, if you can come up on the stage for the valedictory session.
ये पहले पोस्टर वाले बोलो ना, फिर उसके बाद ये पेपर है, पहले पोस्टर वाले। प्रतिभा पहले, पोस्टर पोस्टर। बालाजी, इसी ऑर्डर में से कर लो। अक्षता, सेशन 1, 2, 3 4.
We had 6 sessions. Sir, okay. Yes, sir, please. Yeah. We had 4 sessions of oral paper presentation and 2 sessions for poster presentation. So for the winner of the first session of the poster presentation is sir, वो थोड़ा साइड करने के लिए, yes, okay, announce कर दूँ ना, हाँ. Winner of the first session of the poster presentation is Dr. Pratibha. I would request Dr. Pratibha to please come on the stage. She is gone. Okay, all right. चलो फिर बाद में ऑफलाइन भेजेंगे उनको. If anyone on her behalf from the same institute or anyone who, yeah, please. आ जाओ. Please give a huge round of applause. The next winner of the अच्छा अभी खड़े हुए हैं जैसे. Okay, sir. The next winner of the second session of the poster presentation is Dr. Balaji. Dr. Balaji, please request to come on the stage and collect your certificate. Then comes the oral presentation. The session 1 winner of the oral presentation is Dr. Akshita. I would request Dr. Akshita to please come on the stage if she is here. Does anyone know Dr. Akshita? No? All right. Then comes the winner of the second session of the oral presentation is Dr. Ashima M. Yeah, please, Ashima, no, please. Please come on the stage and collect your certificate. Okay. Come. Then comes the session 3. The winner of the session 3 is Vaibhav Roy. UG Energy.
I would sincerely like to thank my guide, Dr. Ishant Kumar sir.
Thank you, Vaibhav. It was all your hard work. Then comes on the session 4, the winner of the session 4 is Dr. Syed Shoaib. Dr. Said, if you are here, please come on the stage. Ma'am, done, ma'am, all the 4 sessions. So this concludes our valedictory session. Vote of thanks. Thank you. Yes, yes. ठीक है. So, as we come to the conclusion of the insightful and enriching National Conference Nutricon 2025, it's my honor to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee. First and foremost, I extend my sincere gratitude to the Chancellor of Sharda University, Honorable Shri P.K. Gupta Sir, Pro-Chancellor, Honorable Shri Y.K. Gupta Sir, Vice President Sharda Hospital, Shri Rishabh Gupta, and Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Shibaram Khara Sir, for the inspiring keynote addresses. Your valuable insight have significantly contributed to the success of Nutricon 2025 and have provided us with much to reflect upon. A heartfelt thanks to our distinguished speakers for sharing their expertise and knowledge. Your presentation and discussions have been incredibly informative and engaging, offering us new perspectives and ideas. A special thanks to our esteemed Dean, Dr. Nirupama Gupta Ma'am, Medical Superintendent, Dr. Rammurthy Sharma Sir, Dean Academics, Dr. Manoj Sir, and Associate Dean, Dr. Amit Singh Pavaiya Sir, for their valuable support in smooth conduction of Nutrition 2025. To our dedicated organizing secretaries, Dr. Shalini Srivastava Ma'am, Professor and Head, Department of Community Medicine, and Dr. Harsh Mahajan Sir, Professor in the Department of Community Medicine, for their tireless efforts and meticulous planning. I would also like to thank to the entire organizing team of the Department of Community Medicine for their generous support in making this event possible and successful. A special thanks to the various heads of the departments, faculty members, online delegates, and the delegates sitting in the auditorium, the interns and the MBBS students of 2022 batch for their active engagement and enthusiasm. Yes. Thank you. Your presence and contributions have enriched and discussions and made this event a collaborative success. To the technical supportive team, thank you for ensuring that all the sessions, especially the online streaming and on YouTube, ran seamlessly. Lastly, I would like to thank the venue staff for their excellent service and hospitality. Your efforts have made everyone feel comfortable and welcomed. In conclusion, thank you all once again for your invaluable contributions and participations. You all have made Nutricon 2025 a memorable and impactful experience. Eat healthy, stay healthy. Thank you.